Ooh, a threat. How very amusing. I can bet this is going to be fun. You won't be smiling when I'm through with you. Let's see if your fans will still be following you after I rearrange your face. You are going to see what a martial artist can do. By all means, show me, if you can. Lilith taunted. Neko-ken charged in, not knowing that she was about to make one of the biggest mistakes of her life. At that time, a certain lost boy and heir to the Sodom school of the anything goes martial arts wandered toward the soccer field. To be continued. Author's notes here. I know I'm a fink for cutting the readers off at this point, but the chapter was so long, I had to make it into a two-parter. In any case, the fight between Neko-ken and Lilith is going to leave Nabiki's sister with one hell of a lesson in humility, with the emphasis on humiliation. We'll also see the appearance of another Darkstalker character, Simone, and more on Cnko and Malin. Plus, I've decided to include Gold Digger, Street Fighter and King of Fighters to this fic in later chapters. See you then. 1. Lilith may not be as sexy as her mother, but remember that she is derived from Morrigan, and therefore, would have all the innate traits of a succubus. She would be able to use these powers, with her seemingly innocent and cute appearance to hold sway over the opposite sex, depending on the strength of influence of his primal instincts. You can think of it as a kind of mystical pheromone, or love aura. And unlike most girls of similar physical and mental age, she knows just which sexual buttons to push on men. She's sort of like a Chibiru from Oh My Goddess. She may not have the goods, but she has the style. 2. Some readers, and I'm not going to specify, have been complaining that I've been portraying Neko-ken as nothing but a spoiled brat with no real reason. Well, how about insecurity at being able to express herself as a real girl, coupled with wounded pride? Personally, I really don't care much for her, but in this case, Lilith may have hit the head on the hammer with this one. Chapter 7 Chapter 6, The Samurai's Curse Beast within disclaimer, Ranma 1/2, Darkstalkers, Hellsing and any other series mentioned in this story belong to their own creators. Thoughts Chapter 6 The Samurai's Curse Matthew sighed as he walked home. The duel between Neko-ken and Lilith had turned out as he had expected. The so-called best martial artist in Nirima had no chance against a Darkstalker, and the short-tempered sister of Nebiki should consider herself fortunate that she had gotten off as easily as she did. Lilith had kept her promise and went easy on her opponent. Though in Darkstalker terms, it was still a bit much. Flashback. Neko-ken charged blindly at her opponent, with the intent of ending the duel with one blow. And the duel did end with one blow. However, the Tendo girl wasn't the one who delivered it. Morrigan Enslade's daughter smiled as she read her opponent's moves. For a mortal who thought she was the best fighter, she was really slow. By the time Neko-ken had her fist cocked back, Lilith had extended her right hand and held it up in front of her adversary's face. With a single flick of her index finger, She sent Soon Tenbo's daughter flying away. To Akan, it felt as if she had been hit by a speeding truck. In actuality, Lilith had just used a small, focused amount of supernatural energy in her Pwander digit. In Darkstalker terms, it was a trifling attack, like a slap on the wrist. However, in mortal terms, it was just by sheer luck that Akan had only received a sore jaw and several dozen bruises as she tumbled end over end on the ground. She came to a stop on her stomach with her face down and moaning. With but a single move, Lilith had defeated the heir to the Tendo Anything Goes. There was a thunderous cheer as the hordes of Lilith fans stood up and applauded their new idol. The succubus smiled and waved cutely back at her admirers. The loudest among them was of course Kuno as he was jumping about and waving a pair of Japanese victory fans. Bravo, dear sweet Lilith. Bravo. Meanwhile, Nebiki and Matthew ran over to where Akan lay and checked on her condition. Will she be alright? Nebiki asked with concern. Matthew gave the girl a once-over and nodded. Yeah, she'll be okay, but she's going to be really sore for a week or so. She should consider herself lucky that Lilith wasn't serious about this match. If she went all out, then you wouldn't have anything left of Akan's body for the funeral. Even a well-trained martial artist would have a hard time of holding his own against a Darkstalker and Akan exclamation point double quote end of flashback. Matthew sighed again as he remembered what had happened after Akan had been humiliated and defeated by Lilith. It figured that Ranma would show up at that time. After being lost for the last 2 weeks or so, he finally found his way to where he had just witnessed his fiancée get beaten. Now the werewolf had nothing personal against the so-called heir to the Sodom School of the Anything Goes martial arts. Though he knew the real truth, he wasn't about to let on that Ranma was actually not Genma's son. It was Matthew who was really Ranma, though technically, he wasn't Genma's child either. A simple blood test would prove that. Matthew just didn't want that fat, lazy slob on his case, and trying to get him married in that half-baked scheme to unite the schools, just so that idiot could live off his sweat and the dojo for the rest of his life. Matthew liked Nebiki just fine, but he wasn't about to be pushed into something against his will. And even if he did marry Nebiki, Matt still wouldn't carry it on the dojo. No, strike that, take over the dojo, since there wasn't even a proper heir to the Tenbo School's branch of the Anything Goes. Akan barely knew the basics, judging by how reckless and sloppy her techniques were. And a martial artist like Soon didn't even deserve to own a dojo, if he was just going to whine and cry, instead of continue taking students and maintain the school's legacy. Heaven help them if someone comes to challenge the dojo for the sign. Matthew shook his head as he arrived at his apartment. As he came through the door, he was greeted by his father. "Hello, son. Dinner will be ready in about 20 minutes and..." The elder Tallbane noted a few things about his offspring and asked, "Son, I sense that you had gotten involved in some kind of conflict. You could say that, Dad. You can tell me about it over dinner. There is something I'd like to discuss with you as well. Double quote the Tendo home. Ken soon blubbered as he dampened the floor of his home with his tears. After Nebiki had brought her home and let Kasumi tend to her injuries, she had filled in her father on what had happened. Naturally, of course, soon went into his demon head and had his old friend Genma cowering. Where was your son? Why didn't he protect his fiancée? Genma was already in his crouch of the white tiger and was silently cursing himself for having such a weak son who lost to a foreigner. The honor of the anything goes was at stake and his son had let him down. Oh, what did he do to deserve such an unworthy heir? In another room, Ranma gritted his teeth as Kasumi applied some soothing cream to his bruises and cuts. The resulting fight between him and Matthew over defending Aken's honor had gone badly, as his Ranma always wins attitude had been given a rude wake-up call. In his mind, he went over the bat and shook his head. Flashback. How could you have done that to her? Ranma demanded as he glared at Lilith. The young succubi shrugged as she replied, "Don't blame at me. It was your girlfriend who was looking for a fight. I won, she lost. It's that simple. You little tramp." Aken cried out as she tried to convince everyone that Lilith had not fought fairly. "There's no way you could have beaten me." Ranma clenched his fists at his sides as he glared at the Darkstalker. Sure, Aken was violent, but she was his fiancée. It was therefore his duty to avenge her honor. Matthew then stepped forward and got between them. The last thing anyone needed was another conflict. He held up his hands and tried to smooth things over. "Well, look, the fight's already over and there's no need to get all worked up over this." Tendo challenged Lilith in Slade. She answered it. They fought, and Lilith won. Himmer is satisfied and we should all just forget about. Just then, Lilith sidled up to him and snuggled against Matt's muscular back. She purred seductively and said, "Ooh, you've come to defend my honor, Matt. How very chivalrous of you." "Whoa! Wait a minute. I'm not HMPH. I always knew you were a pervert," Matthew told Bane. Aken shot out as she saw her opportunity to lash out at him. "Here you are, flirting with that slut, and cheating on my sister. Hey! Now hold on." Tall Bane cried out as he gently, but firmly pushed Lilith away. "Where do you get off accusing me of being a pervert, you little brat? I'm just trying to. Where do you get off insulting Aken?" Ranma shot back as things started to heat up. On the sidelines, Nebiki saw that things were about to get ugly and she started to pull Aken back. Nebiki knew that none of this was Matthew's doing. She had gotten a little jealous when that succubus Ozzy began making a play for Bo. Aken smiled a bit in triumph. Ranma would surely beat up that pervert Telbane, and she was certain that her sister would see him as the cat that he was. Of course, it had nothing to do with her earlier defeat from the wolf fighter. Not at all. "Look, I really don't want to fight you, and what are you? A coward?" Genma's son taunted. I thought you were a martial artist. Let's see this wolf style of yours. Or are you going to run with your tail between your legs? By that point, Matthew had taken all that he could stand from this cocky jerk. He wanted a demonstration of the Talbane school of the wolf fist. Fine. He got into a stance and let off a low growl, like a wolf that was about to tear into his prey. Ranma got into a stance as well and took on an arrogant air. This would not take very long. End of flashback. Ranma groaned again. The fight was indeed short, but he did not expect to be the loser. As far as he could remember, Ranma had trained extensively with his father during their 10-year journey, though for the life of him, he couldn't remember the first 6 years. It was discovered early on that his innate talents lay in strength and endurance, rather than speed and agility like his father's style. As a result, the training had been modified to suit him. Ranma shuddered as he remembered all of those strength and endurance training exercises to build up his toughness and ability to withstand pain. He thought that he could take anything that an opponent could dish out, but Matthew Talbane's fighting style was something else entirely. For one thing, he hit a lot harder than any opponent that Genma's heir had ever faced before, including his father, and the gained speed and agility was inhuman. He did not try to exchange blows with him in a power match, but rather used quick attacks with sudden bursts of power to wear him down, then finished him off with one final technique. Flashback. Org. Ranma tried to connect with a wild right, but Matthew easily slipped under the blow, let loose with several jabs to the face, then whipped his right leg about in a devastating roundhouse kick. His right foot glowed with a white light as he connected with his opponent's jaw. Spin Razor. 2. The heir to the Sodom school of anything goes went down in a heap. End of flashback. He had to admit, Matthew knew some pretty powerful moves and Ranma needed to increase his training regime in order to catch up. The more he thought about it, the more depressed he became over the fact that a foreigner was far more advanced in the art than he was. It was obvious that Talbane knew how to focus his ki, and Ranma would have to learn as well. With that in mind, he decided to later question his father on the forbidden techniques that he had once spoken of. Maybe he could find a method to counter Matthew's wolf style. Now which way was the bathroom again? Meanwhile, back at the Talbane residence. Son, you're hurt, John remarked as he noted a small bruise on his offspring's left side. Currently, his son had taken off his shirt in order to practice his katas. Huh? Matt looked down at his side and shrugged. It's nothing. That Ranma jerk got in a lucky shot and I let my guard down for a second. Matt, this is not something that should be ignored. If it were just a regular injury, I wouldn't think much of it, but this bruise hasn't healed completely yet. If I didn't know better, I'd say that you had gotten hurt by magical means. Magic? Ranma didn't have any magic. Oh, wait a minute. I guess that curse he's under would count. Curse? Yeah, Nabs told me all about it. Ranma and Genma are under a couple of Juzenkyo curses that changes them with cold water. You remember that cursed springs place we visited a few months ago in China? Well, they didn't listen to the guide like we did and they ended up in the springs of Brown Panda and Pig. Ah, I see. Yes, I suppose that being under a Juzenkyo curse would give your opponent some mystical qualities. You'd best be careful in the future against him. And speaking of Juzenkyo, I just received a message from an old friend in China. We'll talk about it over dinner. Double quote that night, at the Kuno estate. The so-called Blue Thunder smiled as he gazed upon his latest acquisition. He knew that he had to impress his goddess Slade. Showing up in this ancient armor of the powerful and majestic samurai would surely prove his worthiness. Little did the idiot know that the cursed armor of Bisamon carried within it an ancient bloodlust. As the foolish samurai Wane began donning the armor, the spirit of its former wielder started to take hold of Kuno's psyche. Takewaki laughed as he looked at his image in a full-length mirror and held up the katana which came with the armor. Truly he was the living personification of the legendary warriors of the past. Lilith Slade would indeed see the nobility of the Kuno line and then she would. At that moment, an icy chill spread across his body as a red haze started to wash over his field of vision. Something was causing his heart to beat even faster as his body trembled as a great and terrible power seemed to surge through his very soul. Then he heard an ominous voice in his head. K-I-L-O. Ko. 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 Then the Kuno mansion quaked as a bloodthirsty scream echoed throughout the walls. Furinkin high. 2 days later. Hey Nabs. Matthew said as he gave his girlfriend the usual greeting of a kiss on the cheek. Nabiki smiled as she returned the kiss on Matt's cheek. Hey, good looking. She took a quick glance through the corner of her left eye at the nearby crowds of girls and smiled. The expressions of jealousy on the other females made her feel even more confident in her own femininity. With all the other boys after Morrigan Slade's daughter, she was glad to be the only other girl who wasn't spending her Friday nights alone. So how's your sister? Matthew asked as he and Nebiki walked toward the school's front door. Is she doing okay? Ken's sister shrugged. She's still sulking over her defeat and saying that Slade cheated, but she'll get over it. As for Ranma, well, he got lost again and I doubt I'll see him for at least a week. Although he was kind of gung-ho over training to beat you. He's really cocky and when you beat him, his ego took it personally and, well, it's not something you should be worried about. I mean, you can't be beaten by a normal person, right? Well, I wouldn't say that. Matthew admitted as he remembered back to the bruise his adversary had given to him. The Juzenkyo curse he's got does give him a chance to hurt me. Normally, my super fast healing abilities can handle up to a missing limb or certain organs, but I am vulnerable to magical energies as well as silver or another lycanthrope's attacks. The mystical energies of his curse can cause me pain. That hit he managed to land on me took a little longer to heal. Nabiki became concerned when she was told of this. Judging by the way Ranma and his father sparred, being told that her werewolf boyfriend could be hurt by that Taka was not very encouraging. She had just gotten someone special interested in her and didn't want to see him hurt. She decided to change the subject. Speaking of egotistical idiots, I haven't seen Kuno for a couple of days. He didn't show up for class and no one has been able to contact him at his home. And there has been some strange rumors going about near the neighborhood where he lives. Really? What kind of rumors? I know it sounds really crazy, but there have been some reports of some nut running around in ghostly samurai armor and attacking people. 12 bodies have been found so far. You know how much Kuno thinks of himself as some great samurai warrior, right? Do you think that this might be connected to him? Well, let's not jump to conclusions, Matthew said cautiously. I mean, Kuno may think he's a samurai, but he's just a wannabe and not a killer. Nobody would be crazy enough to go running about like he's Musashi or something. It's probably some hoax or something. Why don't we check it out? It sounds like fun. Both Matthew and Nebiki were surprised when Lilith suddenly showed up out of nowhere. ACK. Where did you come from? Nebiki said as she tried to calm down her sudden increase in heart rate. Matthew growled a bit as he remembered how the succubus had gotten him involved with Akan and Ranma. What do you want, Lilith? Morrigan's daughter chuckled lightly as she caressed his chin with a finger, making Nebiki a little irritated. Oh, don't be that way, Matt. I just wanted to thank you for defending my honor that time. I didn't do it for you. The werewolf snarled slightly. I just wanted to keep things from getting too far out of hand. Well, it was still very gallant of you. Now what's this I hear about a ghost samurai? Look, it's none of your business and I think it's all just a big hoax anyway. Matthew waved her off as he took Nebiki's hand and began walking away from her. Lilith smiled as she said nonchalantly, "Oh, I suppose you're right and it probably has nothing to do with the cursed armor of Bisamon." Her statement stopped Talbane's son in his tracks as he slowly turned back toward the succubus, who was now taking on a most innocent expression. Lilith. The slender girl smiled as she said, "Well now, do you think this whole thing might still be a hoax ? At lunch. Okay Lilith, how did you know about Bisamon's armor?" Matthew asked as he, Nebiki and Lilith were sitting at a bench in a secluded area near the soccer field. "Oh, I heard from a few minor imps in the Makai realm. A few days ago some foolish mortal had purchased that old armor. It's possible that it was my most devoted admirer." The succubus smiled as she took a dainty sip from her juice box. "And you're just telling us now. Do you realize just how dangerous that armor is?" "Well, I wasn't 100% certain that it was Kuno, but I saw no point in following up on it. It wasn't any of my business after all of what mortals do." "I don't understand. Just what is so dangerous about an old set of armor?" Nebiki asked. "That's not just any set of armor, Nebiki," Matthew said. Dad told me about it. Anyone who puts it on will receive the power of one of the most murderous samurai warriors in history. It happened sometime around the Tokugawa era. It's said that a samurai named Bisamon made a pact with the dark forces of the Makai in order to become the greatest warrior. He was given a set of demon armor and a cursed sword that gained power every time blood was spilled. Lilith nodded as she continued with the story. Oh yes. Bisamon developed an insatiable bloodlust and went on quite a rampage. He killed all of his enemies, his allies, innocent bystanders, and even beheaded the shogun that he had sworn fealty to. Matthew then finished the tale. In the end, his bloodlust grew so much that his mortal body and soul became consumed by the very armor he wore. Now, that thirst for combat and the need to kill inhabits that damned armor and will infect anyone who wears it. The person will go on killing and killing until his body and soul expires. Nabiki turned a bit pale at the thought as she said, "If what you're saying is true, then Kuno is. We don't know if Kuno is the one who's been killing people, but we may have to look into this," Matthew said. "And I happen to know of some people who may already be involved. Double quote Helsing headquarters in Japan." Integral Gates nodded as she finished reading the files. Though her organization's main goal was to combat vampires, she could not ignore the fact that another source of evil had just appeared and must be dealt with. In the shadows of her office, a certain fanged individual appeared. Alucard nodded to his master as he gave his report. "I have investigated the scenes where the bodies had been found, and it is indeed the handiwork of Bisamon, or rather that of his armor and sword. The cuts can only have been made with a katana, and I sensed the signs of the ancient bloodlust of the samurai. Such a waste to spill so much prime human blood and not consume it. This is most serious, Alucard," the leader of Helsing said as she considered what to do. "Whoever is inhabiting that armor must surely be lost to the killing urges of that cursed warrior. He is no more than a mindless beast now, and we cannot allow it to roam free. So I am free to find the armor and deal with it," the vampire asked. "You are?" Wingates replied with a firm tone. "By any means necessary. The human soul cannot be saved at this point, so you may do what it takes to set it free. Make certain that the armor is destroyed. As you command." Alucard bowed to her and disappeared into the shadows. At another hidden location in Tokyo, a certain member of an unorthodox branch of the Vatican stirred within a technological chamber. Nearby a technician nodded at his console and took in the data on his readouts. Paladin Anderson had taken quite a time to regenerate after being nearly blown apart by bubonic hatred, but his creators were certain that their servant of God would be ready for his next confrontation with the creatures of the night. After hearing of the appearance of the cursed samurai, the members of Helsing's rival organization worked around the clock to get their greatest weapon back on his feet. And once Anderson was fully recovered, then woe to anyone who stood in his way. This time, there would be no escape for the Darkstalkers. Later, as the sun was setting. "So what are you going to do?" Nabuki asked as she and her boyfriend walked home from school. I'm not really sure, Nabs. Nab replied as he considered his options. Maybe I should ask Dad for some help. He's got more experience with dealing in this kind of thing than I do. True, Kuno was a total moron with delusions of samurai greatness, but even he didn't deserve to be under the spell of the cursed spirit of Bisamond. According to the legends, whosoever dons the armor gains not only the demonic sword skills of the bloodiest samurai that ever lived, but the soul of the victim would become enslaved forever to the murderous urges of Bisamond, in which only death could free him. We can't just let Kuno go running around killing people. Nabuki pointed out. Yeah, but this isn't like taking on an ancient mummy like Anakarai's. We're talking about an innocent life here, and I'm not going to kill unless I absolutely have to. There are times when death is the only solution, young werewolf. Both stopped in their tracks when they heard the ghostly voice in their heads. They looked about and wondered where it came from. Matt sniffed about with his sensitive nose and tuned in his mystical senses. He then pointed to a nearby alleyway. When they entered the darkened area, Nabuki almost screamed when she saw a certain bloodsucker emerge from the shadows. Alucard smiled as he recognized Nabuki and gave her a nod. Ah, it is good to see you again, Miss Tendo. Nabuki felt goosebumps on her goosebumps as the vampire lord smiled at her, displaying an impressive set of fangs. She then recalled his face from the time at the museum and said in a stuttering tone, It's you. You were the one who saved. Indeed. I did so as a favor to the son of my ally, John Talbane. Matthew stepped forward to confront his father's old acquaintance. So what brings you here, Alucard? You know my name? Yeah, Dad told me about you. Ah, I see. In any case, to answer your question, I am here on the orders of my master to take care of a certain set of cursed samurai armor. From what I heard, you may know some of the details. Hold on. What are you planning to do when you find it? The vampire nodded as he replied simply, My master commands me to destroy it, of course. But what about Kuno? Nabuki asked. He will have to be destroyed along with it. Alucard said simply. What? Just like that? But you can't just kill someone in cold blood. It is already far too late, Nabuki Tendo. By now, the cursed armor has completely taken over this Kuno person's soul. The fact that he has already killed dozens of humans in 2 days indicates that he has totally given himself over to the murderous intents of Bisamond. I dare say that deep down, he wants to be the samurai. No, it can't be. Sure, Kuno can get really annoying with his I'm a samurai bit, but he's never gone that far and killed someone. At that moment, a light figure came down from above and landed lightly on his feet. John Talbane nodded to his son. Dad? What are you doing here? The elder lycanthrope replied. Alucard contacted me and informed me on what's been going on. He needs to have someone who can track down his target, and I'm already familiar with Bisimon's armor, since I've encountered it before. Really? Yes. It was about a year before I found you, son. Found him? What does he mean? Nebiki wondered as Talbane explained his connection with the samurai's curse. It was around 11 years ago. I was in London at the time, and I came across the armor when I visited the museum near Scotland Yard. I didn't think it would be of harm to anyone locked up in that case, but when thieves broke in to steal it, I sensed a great surge of dark energies. I tracked down the armor to a warehouse, when I encountered the ringleader of the gang. They had intended to sell the armor on the black market, but the leader of those thieves became cursed by the murderous soul of Bisimon and slaughtered his men. What happened next? Matthew asked. When I came across Bisimon's armor, it nearly did me in, being powered by dark, mystical energies. Luckily for me, it was a full moon that night and I was at the peak of my abilities. I managed to get the armor off that man, but he was already too far gone. I was forced to put him out of his misery. Then that cursed armor and sword tried to possess me. I threw them into the Thames River, and that was the last I saw or heard of the armor, until now. And tonight, I shall require your skills, my friend. Alucard said. There are no better trackers than werewolves, and you are the best person to ask on how to deal with the armor. Shall we begin? John nodded as he triggered his transformation to his hybrid form, and gave his son and girlfriend his instructions. You two go straight home. No arguments. He then leapt up to an astounding 60 feet and began bounding over rooftops. Alucard became a bat and followed as the sun dipped below the horizon. Will your dad be alright? Nebiki asked as she watched the two of them leave. Oh, I've got no doubts that Dad will find Bisimon. Ned replied with some concern. He could track down a net through a swamp after a heavy rain. But I can't let him go alone. I'm going after him. With those words, Matthew triggered his own transformation and assumed his hybrid form. He turned to the Middleton daughter and said, You better head home. Things are going to get dangerous. No, wait. Nebiki called after him, but he was gone in a heartbeat. Moving with incredible speed, John Talbane bounded from rooftop to rooftop. His keen sense of smell was heightened to mystic levels and could detect even the faintest odors. It wasn't long before he detected the unmistakable scent of an ancient evil. It is near. I can smell the stench of the armor. Maintaining a telepathic link with his lupine companion, Alucard agreed in his bat form. INTTD. Even I can detect it. Such a waste of good blood. John snarled a bit as he caught the telltale scent of blood, freshly spilled blood. The curse of Bisimon was already destroying more innocent lives without remorse. The werewolf knew all too well the kind of bloodlust the armor was capable of inflicting on the victim who wore it. Judging by the amount of blood that was spilled, whoever was wearing the armor was completely in its thrall. There was no choice. The armor must be destroyed, along with the poor devil who was joined with it. Talbane flexed his claws and reached behind his back to pull out his nunchakus. Jumping down from a 4-story building, he landed in a ready stance. In front of him was a scene of carnage. Kuno was breathing heavily as he stood over several corpses. In his hands was a monstrously decorated katana, its blade dripping heavily of blood. The armor glowed with an eerie light as its malevolence continued to be fed into the delusional high school teen. For Tatewaki, he had finally attained what he had always dreamed of, to become a samurai of awesome skill and power. However, it was the armor, rather than his own free will, which had been controlling his actions. Twin blue flames hovered near his shoulders as he turned to face his newest opponent. Matthew's father tensed up as he readied to battle him. He could tell that his opponent did not possess any considerable skill, but with the armor controlling him, he had the power of a blood-mad samurai. And the look in Kuno's eyes told the werewolf all he needed to know. This was going to be a battle to the finish. Kuno let off a blood-curdling battle cry and charged at him. KO him. The possessed adolescent pivoted on one leg and brought up his sword up to deflect the shot that had been aimed at his head. The chunk of blessed silver was expertly turned away. He then continued on toward his first target and started slashing away at lightning speed. However, John Talbane was no slouch when it came to close quarters combat. Using his nunchakus, he blocked every attack and countered with a flurry of punches and kicks. High above, Alucard nodded as he held up his still-smoking gun. He had to admit, there weren't many who could deflect his bullets. And now that John Talbane was heavily engaged with his target, he could not get a clear shot. He couldn't risk shooting again, since Talbane might get hit. Even without being blessed, his silver bullets would most certainly kill his lycanthrope alive. He would have to bide his time until an opportunity presented itself. When he had the chance, he would end the rampage of Bisimon's armor, and take Waki Kuno's life. Racing across the rooftops, Matthew used all of his extraordinary senses to home in on his father's whereabouts. He had to stop him from taking a life, no matter the circumstances and how much of a delusional jackass Kuno was. Killing was not an option. There had to be another way. As much as he disliked the Wanabe samurai, it wasn't his fault that he was slaughtering innocents. If there was a way of removing the armor without destroying the person inside it. Suddenly, a flash was seen off to one side and a shot was heard. Matthew twisted about and barely dodged the gunfire as silver-tipped bullets whizzed by his chest. He immediately went into a ready stance and whipped out his nunchakus. He snarled as he recognized a certain individual in a red-hooded cloak stood a few feet away, brandishing a Uzi. "You again." Bonnie had smirked as she leveled her weapon at her target. "Yep. And I still mean to collect that bounty on your head. Speaking of which, I think your head stuffed and mounted over my fireplace mantel would look good." "I don't have time for this," Matthew growled. "No problem." The cold-hearted Darkstalker hunter shrugged. "Your time is up anyway." Then she opened fire. However, Her quarry was not going to stand still and let her kill him. Reacting with his superhuman speed and reflexes, the young werewolf dodged the volley and moved in closer to engage his foe. He could only hope that he could finish this fight and stop his father from killing Kuno. Charging up his weapon with a combination of ki and supernatural energies, he began swinging the chained clubs about in wide arcs and circles. The nunchakus flashed with light, flickering like a candle's flame in wind, hence the technique's name, Million Flicker. Every bullet was neatly deflected as the nunchakus were whipped about at supersonic speeds, giving off a snapping sound. At the same time, Matthew maneuvered closer to his opponent. Bebani could soon realize that her target would not be as easy a kill as she thought and had the advantage of close quarters combat experience. If he got within striking range, then she would be torn to shreds. As her gun sputtered out its last rounds, she immediately reached behind her back for the silver-bladed dagger and prepared to slash at Matthew. Talbane's son immediately caught the movement and raised his weapon to block the attack. He then charged forward in a nimbus of light. The beast cannon knocked the diminutive bounty hunter off her feet and sent her reeling back several yards, causing her to lose her grip on her dagger and her basket of goodies. Just as he was about to end the fight, Bebani had pulled out something from her blouse and threw it at him. The werewolf instinctively batted the object away, which appeared to be an apple. Boom! The building behind him exploded as part of its wall came tumbling down. Glass, wood, masonry and various other kinds of debris was sent flying all over the place. The force of the blast knocked Matthew forward, causing him to fall flat on his face, as his opponent used the distraction to escape. She had decided to retreat and hunt her prey another time. It was then that the young lycanthrope heard a scream. John Talbane tensed as he deflected yet another series of slashes from the possessed Kuno. The skill in which Kuno used to battle him went far beyond his kendo training, and the dark magic within the blade was more than enough to kill him. The werewolf knew that he had to stop his opponent permanently, and that meant having to use his more lethal techniques. Focusing all of his power into one final attack as his opponent charged at him, he parried a vicious thrust toward his abdomen, then let loose with an intense flash of energy with his claws. There was a long, agonizing moment as the two antagonists stood motionless facing opposite of each other. Then Kuno slumped forward as his right arm fell off his shoulder, the hand still clutching the demon's sword of Bisamon. A moment later, the sword broke apart into several fragments. Then the armor also fell apart as the evil energy of the bloodthirsty samurai was dispersed. John Talbane's final attack. The razor slice. At that moment, Alucard appeared beside his ally and aimed his gun at the now unconscious Kuno. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, John held out an arm and motioned him to step back. Wait! The vampire was a bit surprised that his lycanthrope friend was showing mercy to this deluded fool. Surely it would be best to put Kuno out of his misery. After all, he would most likely bleed to death after having his arm severed. At least this way, his end would be painless. John, however, had mellowed out a bit since Matthew had come into his life and sniffed about for the malevolence of Simone. For some unexplained reason, he couldn't detect it, and there was no trace of the madness left in Kuno. Could it be that destroying the armor and sword had purged him of the madness? If so, then there was no need to end his life. To the amazement of the bloodsucker, the werewolf knelt down and began tending to Kuno's wounds. Using the techniques he had learned from the Chinese Amazons, he made a tourniquet, a roll of bandages and several other items appear. "What are you doing?" Alucard inquired as he kept his gun trained on Kuno. "Keeping this poor bastard from bleeding to death," John answered. "Alucard, please contact Helsing and have them bring over a medical team. If we hurry, we might be able to save him." "My orders were clear, Talbane. I am to destroy the armor and make certain that the curse of Bisamon will never again threaten others. I sense nothing of Bisamon remaining in him," Talbane countered as he used some rare Chinese herbs to stem the bleeding and sterilize the wound. "The armor and sword are broken and whatever possessed this fool is gone. He is no longer a threat. I cannot take that chance. Believe me, old friend. I would know if this person still possessed the bloodlust of that damned samurai. I don't know where that spirit went, but I have no wish to spill any more blood than I have to. Please, we can still save this one if we hurry." Alucard considered John for a long moment, then nodded as he put away his gun. It wouldn't be the first time that he went against Sir Integra's orders, but what John said made sense. Why waste a bullet on something that wasn't a threat anymore? He then reached into his left trench coat pocket and pulled out a cell phone. Double quote nabs. Matthew frantically began digging through the rubble when he saw that his girlfriend was underneath. Apparently, she had followed him and had gotten caught in the blast. The young werewolf became horrified when he saw her broken and bloody body. She let off a weak moan and looked up at him as he moved a large chunk of wood. He knelt down and cradled her in his arms. "Nabiki, Nabiki, speak to me. Say something." Soon Tenbo's daughter coughed up blood and trembled as her body started to become stiff. Her body had been crushed and she had some internal bleeding. It was obvious that she was going to die. "Nabs, Nabs, don't die. Please, don't die." Matthew started to panic as her life began to slip away. He did not possess anything on his person that could heal injuries that were this severe. He couldn't lose her because of some gun-toting psycho who was after his head. He had to save her, but how? Then he realized that there was only one way. There were dire consequences, but there was no other options. With one quick movement, he tore off the wolf head pendant that was hanging around his neck and bared his fangs. Later. John Talbane, now in his human form, watched with satisfaction as Kuno was taken away by the Helsing medical team. Beside him were Alucard and Sir Integra. "I thank you for understanding, Sir Integra," John said. Integra nodded. "Well, I suppose that since the spirit of Bisamom has left Kuno's body, then killing him is not required. With the armor and sword destroyed, the spirit has no medium in order to possess another. However, I would be more comfortable to know where it went and to have it destroyed permanently. For now, we will take care of Kuno's wounds and see to it that he remembers nothing of his rampage. This will take some considerable time and effort to cover this up. I appreciate your help. I shall keep an eye out if Bisamom's spirit does reappear. As for now, I believe that my son is waiting for me to return home. Somewhere else. Deep within the depths of the Vatican hideout, a disembodied spirit floated near a large container. After being forced out the armor and sword, the essence of Bisamom had been searching for a new vessel to contain it. Eventually, it had been drawn toward the person contained within the chamber due to the individual's innate bloodlust and violent personality. The spirit probed at Paladin Anderson's form and then started to seep into it. The energy started to accelerate his healing factor to unprecedented levels as the ancient evil was again being resurrected. This time, nothing will be able to stop it. The tall Bane residence. John sighed and shook his head as he gazed upon the form lying on the couch. He couldn't believe that things had gotten this far out of hand. He gave his son a disapproving look, which made Matthew feel very sheepish. John's son looked down at the floor, unable to meet his father's gaze, then replied in a quiet voice, "Well, what else could I do? She was about to die because of me. This was the only thing I could think of to save her." It was then that the person on the couch regained consciousness. "Ooh, where am I? What happened? Ow! I have one heck of a migraine." Nebiki groaned as she started to sit up. She rubbed the side of her right temple. Matthew's expression brightened at the sound of her voice, then asked in very concerned tone, "Nabs, are you okay? Are you still you?" Nebiki gazed upon her boyfriend with a small smile, but also with a puzzled expression. "Huh? What do you mean, am I still me?" "Of course I'm still me. What kind of question is that?" Matthew then suddenly embraced her and let off a sigh of relief. "Thank God. We lucked out. You didn't lose yourself. I was afraid that you wouldn't remember who you were. You still retained your humanity." "Huh? What are you talking about? Why would I lose myself?" Her voice trailed off as she saw herself in a nearby wall mirror. She disengaged from Matthew's arms and stood up. She took on a look of utter disbelief as she walked toward the mirror and saw a furry face with blonde ears. She then looked down at herself and realized why her clothes seemed so tight on her, especially in the chest area. She had gained at least 6 inches in height and had grown to bra sizes. She was a teacup. Her form was more alive, but firmly toned with extra musculature. Her body had a fine, thin coat of light brown fur, and she then noticed something swishing behind her legs. A tail. I have a tail. She then turned around to face Matthew and his father in shock. Her expression needed no words as John Talbane's son answered her question. "I'm sorry, Nabs. You were dying. It was the only way I could save you." To be continued. Author's notes. Wow! It's been a while since I updated this story. Now things are going to get interesting as Nebiki begins to discover the joys and sorrows of being a lycanthrope. In the next episode, Paladin Anderson makes his return, and with the spirit of Bissamon possessing him, things are going to get even more violent. Plus, we will also have the appearance of a couple more Darkstalkers. See you there. 1. Keep in mind that this Ranma is actually Ryoga after Genma had used the memory erasing shampoo on him. Therefore, for those of you who think he should be able to fight like Ranma, remember that he received the Anything Goes training much later than the original did, and he doesn't have the same gifts that Ranma had, such as his innate talent to learn techniques quickly and also to adapt during a fight. Ryoga's physical skills lay in strength and power, rather than agility and mid-air combat like in the Sodom style. Genma noticed that his replacement Ranma didn't have the same abilities as his heir, so he had to use different tactics in training him. If one remembers the original series, Cologne did try to teach Ryoga the chestnut fist, but he proved unsuitable for it. That's the main difference between Ranma and Ryoga. Ranma can learn any technique, up to a certain degree. He did manage to do the Shishi Hokoden, though he couldn't get it up to where Ryoga was able, since he couldn't reach that level of depression. So Ranma adapted it to become the Makoto Kabisha. Same principle in this story. 2. This is a horizontal version of John Talbane's Climb Razor Kick. Chapter 8 Chapter 7 Back to China. The Beast Within. Disclaimer, Ranma 1/2, Darkstalkers, Helsing and all other characters mentioned belong to their respective creators, so I hope you won't bother me with some silly lawsuits. Thoughts, spoken in Mandarin/Cantonese. Chapter 7 Back to China. Nebiki gazed upon her image as she stood naked in front of the mirror. She did a slow turn as she took in every detail of her new she-wolf body, which was like a cross between a showgirl and a powerlifter's. She was now slightly taller than Matthew in his human form. She had practiced yoga in the past to keep fit, but now she had more sensuous curves in her hips and thighs. Though she was also more muscular, this only added to her sexuality as she emitted an exotic aura. Every part of her body was well-toned and firm, especially in her buttocks. Her throat was silken in texture and her blonde ears gave her a kind of mischievous appearance. Her tail swayed gently behind her. She looked down at her hands and noted that they now sported very sharp claws, but her fingers were slender and graceful. Then she gazed down at her bosom and made a note to go shopping for some new bras. Her enlarged breasts were at least a 34C, maybe even a D. As she shook her chest slightly, she noticed that her breasts jiggled, but they didn't sag. Rather, they protruded out very proudly. The middle Tendo daughter had to admit. She looked hot. Now the main question was, how was she going to explain this to her family? In the living room, John and his son continued to discuss about what to do about Nebuchadnezzar's unplanned transformation. "Son, if you had just obeyed my orders and went straight home, then we could have avoided this. But Dad, Nebuchadnezzar followed me," Matthew protested, "which she wouldn't have done if you had not followed me," John pointed out sternly. Then he let off a tired sigh. "I suppose that arguing over who is to blame is pointless now. We can't change what is already done. We have no choice now. Nebuchadnezzar will have to stay with us for a while, at least until she is able to cope with her lycanthropy. Later. John Tolbane in his human form knocked lightly on the guest room door and asked if he could enter. With Nebuchadnezzar's assent, he opened the door and went inside. He saw that his guest was now wearing some of his son's clothes, since her own were ragged and too tight for her now. She was clad in a pair of dark slacks and a blue t-shirt. Her new tail hung over the loose waistband. "How are you feeling, Miss Tendo?" Soon's daughter nodded as she replied. "I'm fine, all things considered. You can call me Nebuchadnezzar, Mr. Tolbane." "Very well, Nebuchadnezzar." She looked down at herself for a long moment, then addressed him. "I can't believe that I was just dying a few hours ago and now I'm fanged and free." John finished for her. "I must admit, you are taking all of this rather well." Nebuchadnezzar shrugged her shoulders slightly. "I know Matthew did it to save me, and, well, I know that it's a lot to get used to. You'll find that you now possess abilities and senses that far exceed any that you had before." Tolbane produced a small, metal object from his back pants pocket. Nebuchadnezzar recognized the instrument. A dog whistle. John nodded as he put the whistle to his mouth and blew on it. Immediately Nebuchadnezzar covered her ears and winced as she heard a high-pitched whine. Then Matthew's father stopped blowing and nodded. "Normally, you wouldn't have been able to hear this." "Ow!" She rubbed her ears a bit. "Is that what a dog whistle sounds like? Now you know why dogs answer the call. It's so they don't have to hear it again." He put away the instrument. "Your sense of hearing can now pick up sounds that a normal human can't. Your other senses are magnified too, and you'll discover many other abilities as well. My son and I will fill you in on the details during our trip." "Trip?" "Yes. I received a message from an old friend of mine in China and we are leaving in 2 days. Since we can't leave you behind in your current condition, I thought that it would be best that you accompany us. But, unless you want to go back to your family as you are now." Nebuchadnezzar stopped short at that question. Matthew's father raised a good point. She couldn't even begin to think of how to explain to her family and friends that she was now a werewolf. She could just imagine her father bawling his eyes out, lamenting that his daughter had become a monster. However, she couldn't just up and leave so suddenly. John noted the hesitancy in her expression. "Don't worry, Nebuchadnezzar. I'll take care of all the details with your family and the school. I'm certain that they won't mind if you leave for a few days or so. But, I can't just up and leave like this. Can't I just change back?" I mean, Matthew can become human, so couldn't I do the same? No, you can't. Why not? John took a deep breath, then started to explain. I assume that my son told you that if a werewolf bites someone, then that person becomes a weaker version of the original? Yes. Matthew and I are natural-born werewolves. What we have is what is called primary or true lycanthropy. This allows us to shift back and forth between forms. He briefly demonstrated by assuming his hybrid form, then became human. What you have is secondary lycanthropy. Right now, you are locked in hybrid form. As a result, you can't change back. And you must admit that it would be difficult for you to go back home and attend school as you are now. So I'm trapped in this form? Nebiki asked with some fear in her tone. Sure, being an exotic she-wolf had its appeal, but she didn't want to stay like this forever. Not to worry, Nebiki, John assured. We do have some means to temporarily hide your appearance until we can come up with a more lasting solution. In the meantime, we're going to have to train you in controlling your new abilities. But, I'm sorry Nebiki, but it has to be this way. You can think of this as a kind of training journey. Your father being a martial artist, would understand. Though from what I heard, he's not a very good martial artist. John added mentally as he had been informed by Matthew that soon Tendo owned a dojo, but hasn't had any students for well over 10 years and was deep in debt. What kind of martial artist would let his dojo fall into such a state? According to what his son had told him, the Tendo patriarch didn't even have a proper heir to carry on his family's fighting style. Akan's skills were sloppy and unrefined. It was obvious that Sun had not trained her very much or very hard. It looked like Akan's father had pinned all of his hopes on uniting the Anything Goes schools, in order to ensure the dojo's future. Good luck with that, considering that Genma's son Ranma wasn't even his true son. And even if Matthew was found out to be the real Ranma, it still wouldn't matter since he was not obligated to fulfill that pledge. He was John's son and a simple blood test would prove it. John tabled his thoughts for later. Nebiki tried to protest further, but Matthew's father would not take no for an answer. 2 days later, Nebiki couldn't believe it as she looked out the window and gazed upon the Sea of Japan, as the private jet flew toward the China coastline. Sitting beside her was Matthew and in front of her was his father. This was the first time she had ever traveled abroad and she was more than excited to be visiting a foreign country. She then looked down at the wolf head pendant she was now wearing. As he had promised, John had provided her with the means to keep her new form temporarily hidden. The enchantment on the necklace kept her in her human form, but it could only do so for 5 hours. She had been wearing it when she, Matthew and John had went to visit her family and explained to them that she would be accompanying them. He had also called Furinken High and got permission from the school board to give his son and Nebiki a leave of absence. At first, Nebiki's father protested, but with a little persuasion, Matthew's father could be quite persuasive and a very sizable addition to the family's bank accounts. It didn't take long for Soon to agree. This of course had Genma jumping for joy as he entertained thoughts of how to spend the money. Nabiki's father was also pleased to hear that his other daughter was taking an interest in the art. Kasumi gave her sibling a fond farewell and hoped that she would return soon. As for Akan, she feigned indifference. Nabiki knew that her younger sister was jealous that she wasn't going along to train and travel. Of course, she scowled at Matthew's presence, and warned Nabiki not to let that pervert get too close. Nabiki came out of her reverie when the pilot announced that they would be landing in Beijing in 2 hours. Matthew looked over to her and asked, "Is everything all right, Nabs?" "Everything is fine," she replied. "Well, I'm still a bit overwhelmed by what's happened in the last few days." "Oh. Well, okay." He started to feel awkward as he was still feeling guilty about turning her into a lycanthrope. He then changed the subject. "Oh, Nabs, I have to tell you that when we get to the Amazon village, you really got to be careful about what you say and do. The Joksuzoku are a very proud people, and anything that they interpret as a threat or an insult will be taken very seriously. Okay? So if I mind my own business and don't pick any fights, then I'll be fine, right?" An image of Akan came to mind, and she could just see her short-tempered sister getting into trouble within 5 minutes of meeting the Amazons. According to what Matthew had told her about the warrior women, Akan wouldn't last a minute if she started on her "I'm a martial artist" attitude. "Yes." Matt nodded, then added, "Oh, and don't let on that you're a werewolf now, and that I bit you. I'll never get any peace if that gets out." He shuddered at the thought of Shampoo and the other Amazons nagging and begging him to turn them into lycanthropes. Once it got out that Nebiki had gotten bit without losing her humanity, they might get the idea that it would be safe for them to be infected with secondary lycanthropy. A day later in a clothing store in Beijing. "What do you think?" Nebiki asked as she posed in front of Matthew in a form-fitting Chinese silk dress. The garment was a light, pale blue, and molded well to her figure. It was a short-sleeved version of the traditional dress worn by the women of Beijing, and it had a long slip that ran up the length of her right leg, and stopped halfway up her thigh. Think Chun-Li from Street Fighter. The front of the dress had a golden dragon pattern etched on it. Currently, the two are located in a private area of the store. "It looks good on you, Nabs," the young werewolf admitted. "But weren't we supposed to get more suitable clothes for the trip into the Qinghai province? I mean, that dress isn't going to hold up in the Bayankala mountain range." "Oh please, can't I have just one dress? I've always wanted to have one of these." Nebiki put on her cutest bout, making it hard for Matt to resist. After all, she would never get another chance to do this kind of foreign shopping, especially with John footing the bill for their trip. "And I promised Kasumi that I'd get her some oolong tea. Daddy wants some cigarettes and rice wine, and Mr. Sodom wants some kind of Miracle Grow hair shampoo. I think he said it was Formula 247. John Talbane's son sighed and then nodded. Okay. I guess a few souvenirs wouldn't hurt. Although I doubt that anything could make hair grow on that bald wasteland of Poxy mentally added. Just don't take too much stuff that isn't essential. We're going to be traveling light. Either buy some small souvenirs or wait until after our business is finished with the Amazons to do some shopping for yourself and your family. He then heard a small beeping and looked down at his wristwatch. It's time. Kasumi and Neko-ken's sister let off a sigh as she reached down to her backpack and took out another wolf's head pendant. She put it on, then removed the one she was wearing. It's such a bother to have to switch these things every 5 hours. She then stored the first necklace into her pack. You know that the enchantment only lasts for 5 hours, then needs to recharge itself for 5 hours. It's a good thing that Dad had 2 of these pendants available so you can exchange them and keep yourself from bursting out of your clothes. He blushed when he thought back to that time after they had left the airport. Nebiki had not exchanged her pendants fast enough and transformed into her lycanthrope form, ripping her clothes to shreds. Matthew got a nosebleed after seeing her scantily clad, exotic she-wolf body, then almost fainted when she hastily put on the second pendant. Suddenly shrinking back down to her human body had caused what was left of her garb to fall off, leaving her naked. Shaking his head to clear those thoughts, he added, "Oh, and keep out of sight during the nights of a full moon. Those pendants won't be able to stop you from transforming, since your powers will be at their peak. Now let's get some traveling clothes for you. Double quote a day later. She. One John said as he thanked the shopkeeper, then stowed away his purchases into his pack. He motioned for his son and their guest to follow as he led them toward the outskirts of the small town. From there until they reached Juzenkyo and the Joksuzoku, they would be roughing it through the wilderness. Nebiki was a bit odd at the rugged terrain, since she had spent all of her life in Tokyo. For some strange reason, being in the wild made her excited, rather than fearful. The sights, the sounds and especially the smells, stimulated her in ways she never knew. Furthermore, it was a lot easier than she thought. Though she was carrying a backpack that weighed at least 150 pounds, it felt as if she was toting an empty plastic bag. Her endurance was phenomenal and she did not feel the least bit tired, despite having walked over 50 miles without rest or complaint. During the initial stages of their journey, John and Matthew noticed the changes in their traveling companion. Despite being suppressed by the pendant, a large amount of her werewolf abilities was still bleeding over into her human body, making her physically stronger and with more acute senses. She was occasionally sniffing about, catching the various and subtle differences in odors. Her ears twitched every now and then, picking up the faintest sounds, even when they were several dozen yards away. At times, she was almost overwhelmed by the flood of stimuli that her surroundings caused. Matthew's father made a note to begin her training as soon as possible. She needed to learn some measure of control before they reached the Amazons. A few days later. Nice, Matthew commented as Nebiki easily jumped 20 feet up to the rocky ledge that he was standing on. His girlfriend looked down in surprise at the place she had been a second ago. I did that. She had not even thought about it when she had hopped up from a standing position. Her violent sister Rokan was still unable to clear 3 feet. Mr. Sodom and his son were able to leap up to 30 feet, but they had been training for years and even then they could only jump like that with some effort. Nebiki had only begun her training in the tall Werewolf fist style only 3 days ago. Was she already stronger than her sibling and catching up with the Sodoms? Matthew nodded. Yeah, you did that. Nice thing about being a werewolf. Even in your human form, a lot of that power transfers over. But you landed without any problems. Even I didn't do that during the first few days of my training. Dad says that you're a natural, and you're picking up fast on the basics of our family style. How come you never trained in the anything goes? Nebiki shrugged. I guess I was too busy keeping my family from ending up on the streets. When Akan started training, I decided to let her become the heir to the Tendo anything goes. If you ask me, your father should have trained you, not her. Matthew commented, causing her to blush slightly. In comparison, Nebiki had more of the innate qualities than her sister to pursue the martial arts. She had learned early of the benefits of keeping one's cool and mental control. Akan tended to let her anger and pride get the better of her. Nebiki planned ahead and looked at the big picture. Akan charged recklessly and never considered consequences. The middle sister showed signs of early maturity and discipline. The youngest sister still let her emotions run rampant and threw tantrums. Then again, when you had a whining crybaby like Tendo as a sensei, one couldn't expect anything different. An incompetent master would yield an equally incompetent student. It may be just as well that Nebiki was learning from Matt's father. He knew from experience that John was a hard taskmaster, but he was fair and focused on bringing out the best in his disciples. In the last few days, he had drilled her constantly, and often she would collapse from exhaustion, despite her increase in strength and endurance. Hurry up, you two! John called to them as he was well ahead of them. We're going to clear this part of the mountains by lunch. The pair nodded as they started to pick up the pace back in Tokyo. Meanwhile, a certain samurai spirit began to stir as Paladin Anderson was entering the final phase of his cellular regeneration. And even his superiors did not know of the potential danger as they wait for their weapon against the vampires was being resurrected. Unlike before, Anderson was not going to just destroy the undead, but everything he saw would be his target. The essence of Bisamon did not discriminate between good, evil or indifferent in the village of the Amazons. So the tall Banes will be here soon, great-grandmother? Shampoo asked. Yes, child. The elderly Amazon replied. I received a letter from Matthew's father several days ago. He expects to arrive at Juzenkyo within a week from now. I can't wait to see Matthew again. I'm sure he'll bite me this time. Don't get your hopes up, Shampoo. Cologne warned. His father told me that they were adamant against spreading their lycanthropy. Although I wouldn't mind if you and a few of our best warriors were to gain some of their power, he did warn us that those who are bitten might become savage and uncontrollable. I would definitely not mind if Matthew became my son-in-law. She added silently. The tall Danes are coming to help us with our ghost problem. They are staying afterwards, right? Maybe I can get Matthew too. You know. Perhaps. Cologne agreed. Double quote. So why are we going to this Amazon village? Nabiki asked John as they made their way through a forested area of the Bayankala Mountains. The older werewolf nodded as he answered. One of the elders contacted me. Apparently her village is having problems with a couple of Guangxi. Guangxi are Chinese ghosts. Matthew explained. Dad told me that Cologne's people had accidentally disturbed an ancient seal and let those spirits out. They called us for help since my dad has had experience in dealing with ghosts and other kinds of dark stalkers. This will be my first time in handling specters. Yes, this be a good training exercise for you. John pointed out. From what Cologne had said in her message, the spirits of Cienko and Malin are quite formidable. She also told me that they were once the daughters of the founder of the Hidden Weapons School of Combat. Spirit wards and various spells had proven ineffectual against them, and their current users of hidden weapons were easily defeated. You mean that Dotmus tried to fight them? Matt winced as he remembered the numerous scuffles he's had with Shampoo's myopic would-be sweeter. Yes, and he failed miserably. His father replied. Who? Nabiki inquired. The younger lycanthrope shrugged. He's a moron who thinks that he's going to marry a friend of mine, even though Shampoo wants absolutely nothing to do with him. He'll hug anybody and anything, and I mean anything, if he thinks if it's Shampoo. He's so nearsighted that he couldn't see a mountain if he was standing in front of it. Shampoo's great-grandmother Cologne also gets annoyed. Who's Shampoo? Cologne? Or we're talking about Amazons, or hair care and cosmetics? No. Those are their real names, or what they sound like in Japanese. Don't let them fool you. The Chinese Amazons are definitely in a different league than the martial artists you've seen in Tokyo. Shampoo's great-grandmother may be over 300, but she can definitely kick your dad's butt and the Sodoms. She can give my dad a run for his money, even in his hybrid form. She's really that strong. She island, John affirmed. And because of a pact that our family has made with the Amazons 600 years ago, we are honor-bound to aid them in their times of need, especially against the supernatural. In exchange, we have been able to train in their secret techniques. What kind of techniques? The Middleton daughter asked. If I told you, then they wouldn't be secret, now would they? Once again, We must remind you to be on your best behavior when we are at the village. Also, do not let them know that you have secondary lycanthropy. As far as they are concerned, you are my guest and Matthew's schoolmate. They are very wary of outsiders and some of their laws concerning them may seem strange to you. Understand? Nabuki nodded as they continued toward their final destination. 5 days later. Here's her Zen lady. We come to famous training grounds of Cursed Springs, Juzenkyo. 2. The guide gestured to the many pools and bamboo poles which were scattered about the secluded valley. Nabuki looked about and could just imagine Genma and Ranma coming to this place and landing in the springs of Ground Panda and Piglet. How they could have trained here and not asked the guide as to why it was considered dangerous was beyond her. Her lycanthrope senses were already acute enough to detect the chaotic mystic energies emanating from this place. It was at that moment that she saw a group of women approaching them from another entrance. All were dressed in exotic clothes and many carried various hand-to-hand weaponry such as swords, spears, tonfa, and so forth. The girl in the front of the group smiled as she caught sight of Matthew and began running up to him. She had long, purple hair and had a light, yet voluptuous figure, with a bosom that bounced with every step. She wore a very short, pink silk dress that showed off her fabulous legs and matching sandals. N.I.H.A.O. Matthew. Nabuki's eyes narrowed as Matthew gave her a good-natured wave-top shampoo. Remembering that this was supposed to be a formal greeting, stopped herself just before she impulsively embraced her intended love interest. She quickly composed herself and stood before Matthew, John and their guest. She gave them a polite bow and spoke. Greetings. I bring you welcome from the Jotsuzoku and Elder Cologne. John nodded as he responded. On behalf of the Tall Dames, I hereby receive your welcome. It is good to see you again, Shampoo. How is your great-grandmother? Shampoo nodded. She is doing fine. Everyone in the village is eagerly waiting for you and Matthew. It was then that she noticed Nabuki. Who is she? She asked with some suspicion. The Tendo girl tensed up when Shampoo gestured toward her. Though she only understood bits and pieces of Cantonese and Mandarin, Matthew had been teaching her a few phrases over the course of their journey. She could guess as to what the purple-haired girl was saying. Nabuki had always prided herself on judging a person's character, and from what she had seen so far, this Shampoo girl had some romantic interest toward her boyfriend. An emotion that she never experienced before began to stir within her. Jealousy. John quickly defused the situation and explained. This is Nabuki Tendo and she is my guest and student. I have just begun her training in the martial arts. She is traveling with us to gain some experience. She is merely my son's sparring partner and schoolmate. That's all. Shampoo smiled as she believed that Nabuki was Matthew's training associate and not his lover. Though she thought it odd for John to be teaching anyone other than his son in the tall Werewolf style, which was created primarily to be used by werewolves. She put that thought aside as she began to lead the tall Danes, Nabuki and her group back to the Amazon village. A while later, in Cologne's house, And that's where we stand now," Cologne stated after explaining the situation of CNKO and Malin to John. "I see." John nodded as he reached into his backpack and pulled out a set of nunchakus, stowing the weapons behind his back and into a simple holster on his pants waistband. "Well, I can see why you are having so much trouble. From what you've described, apparently Malin protects her sister from spells and spirit wards, while CNKO attacks her opponents. I'd say that the best way to deal with them is to attack them while they're separated. If we can keep Malin from transforming into that enchanted parchment and attaching to her sister, then we should be able to bring them down. That's what the Council believes as well. However, even if we were to somehow separate the two, physical attacks will not work on Kuangxi. Don't worry," John assured her. "I have a few tricks that should be able to help. But I do wonder why those two are haunting the quarry in the first place. We are not certain ourselves," the older woman said. "Most of the records to their family line have been lost for centuries. Even the nature of their deaths is somewhat vague. We may be able to find out once we defeat them and put their souls to rest for good. For now, we must prepare for the next encounter. I have to begin training my son in some new techniques. This will be his first battle with ghosts." At that point, the Amazon matriarch changed the subject. "Speaking of training, I was most surprised when Shampoo told me that you had taken a disciple. I was under the impression that the tall Werewolf style was only taught from father to son, due to your family's lycanthrope heritage. Nebiki Tendo is not just learning the fundamentals of Kung Fu and Kempo," John replied. "It can be taught to anyone who wishes to learn. My son and I are already trained in those disciplines. My new student shows much potential." "Yes, I've sensed that as well. However, I can't help but suspect that it is because of some other reason that you are now instructing her along with your heir," Cologne said. One could tell by her tone that she was already suspicious. "Tell me, does she know about your family's secret?" Matthew's father sighed as he nodded. "Yes, she does. And is she? It's time for me to check on my son and other pupil." Talbane turned around and left her hut without another word. As he exited, he knew that he could not keep deceiving Cologne for much longer. Even if Nebiki were able to keep her lycanthrope appearance out of sight, her very aura was like a bonfire of ki and mystical energies. It wouldn't take long for Cologne or the other elders to figure out that Soon's daughter had been bitten and not possessed a portion of Matthew's werewolf abilities. It would be best to finish the business with the Kuangxi as soon as possible and leave. Afterwards, he could seek out the help of another old friend, who was well versed in the ways of magic. Perhaps his former college buddy, Dr. Theodore Diggers, could downgrade Nebiki's lycanthropy to tertiary levels so that she would transform only during the nights of the full moon. Secondary lycanthropy, once infected, was impossible to remove completely, but it could be reduced. He had heard that diggers had removed part of his Warakita daughter's lycanthropy so that she wouldn't spread it through biting. She had later gotten it back during the birth of her first child. He tabled those thoughts for later as he walked through the Amazon village. As always, his presence drew the attention of all who saw him. There was no one in the Joksuzoku who did not know of the Tallbane werewolves. They were revered as great allies and prime breeding stock. Even if the Amazons were not guaranteed natural-born female werewolves, the mystic blood would be intermingled into their gene pool and make them all the more stronger. Even John had admitted that the women born in his family had exhibited enhanced physical abilities and senses, despite not becoming full werewolves. As a result, he and his son were frequently pursued by just about every eligible Amazon female in the village. And the fact that both father and child were very fine-looking and powerful warriors also helped. One of the more bolder Amazons, left parenthesis relatively speaking, decided to make her move and walked up to Matthew's father. He recognized her as Silk, the village's head seamstress, and who was also very handy with a spear. She had long brown hair, a very slender figure, and lively brown eyes. Currently, she was wearing a red silk dress, and her hair was done up in a simple ponytail, tied with a red ribbon. Normally, she was a quiet individual who spent most of time repairing garments and making new clothes. However, whenever John Tallbane and his son visited, she had tried without success to seduce Matthew's father and make him her husband. There was no other man who could compare with the handsome foreigner. At 25, Silk was still considered one of the most beautiful maidens in the village. She had had many suitors who had tried to win her, but she had refused them all, hoping to ensnare the lycanthrope. Unfortunately, due to the pact, she could not catch him with the outsider marriage law, so she had to compete with all the other women, in a ritual that was mostly unfamiliar to them. How do you win a man without challenging him, or knocking him out and dragging him home? In other words, courtship. Good afternoon, John Tallbane. Silk smiled prettily as she began walking with him. It has been some time since you were last here. Hello Silk. How are you and your family? John asked as neared the place where his son and Nebiki were supposed to be training. Doing well. Oh, my parents are still grousing that I have yet to give them some grandchildren. John swallowed nervously as he gave her a smile. She had all the tact of a nuclear missile. Then again, the Amazons were not known for their subtlety. I'm sure that you'll find that special someone. You'll make a good wife someday. Yes. And perhaps that special someone might be closer than one might think, Silk said with a sly tone. This was immediately noted by the elder Tallbane. He quickly changed the subject by pointing toward an area that was currently being used by his son and Nebiki Tendo. This was near the challenge log, where the annual championship tournament took place. A massive timber was suspended between two posts. They were simultaneously going through the basic forms. Both were dressed in their training gi. Matthew was currently bare-chested. However, they were not alone. From behind various building corners, trees and bushes. Several dozen teenage Amazon girls were hungrily watching the well-muscled lycanthrope adolescent, and the one who was gazing upon him with the most intensity was Shampoo. John developed a large sweat drop as he saw that his son was like a pork chop in the middle of a school of piranha. He hoped that things wouldn't get out of hand as he waved to his son and Soon's daughter. Both acknowledged him and stopped in their katas. John then motioned for Nebiki to step aside as he faced off against his child. Matthew nodded as he prepared for his daily bout with his father. Both assumed a stance with their oars lighting up in blue-white brilliance. The Amazons began to talk excitedly among themselves and crowded around the area. It was a rare occurrence to see the tall dames during their sparring sessions. Naturally, the majority of the crowds consisted of females, though there were a considerable amount of men present, which included Shampoos and Wanted Sweeter, Mithus. The nearsighted hidden weapons fighter growled slightly as he watched the one who had his beloved's attention. By this time, he had finally gotten his hearing back since his disastrous encounter with the original users of his fighting style. As he watched the lycanthropes trade blows with each other, his mood darkened. His obsession with Shampoo was no secret, and he had often ridiculed himself in his attempts to win her heart. However, with the purple-dressed girl's affections being aimed at John's son, Mithus had thought that by defeating Neko-ken she would make him a hero in her eyes and thereby forget that beast boy. However, since his humiliation with the two ghost sisters, everyone in the village, including his darling Shampoo, were convinced that only the supernatural fighters of the tall dames could overcome them. With one final gaze at his Shampoo, who happened to be watching Matthew with a lovesick expression, he let off a snort of disgust and departed. One way or another, he would show Shampoo that he was the one for her and not some inhuman freak! Matthew dodged a series of fast punches from his father, then countered with a flurry of his own. John blocked each of the strikes, then charged forward with a howl. He was immediately surrounded by a corona of light as he slammed into his offspring. The beast cannon move was extremely effective at near point-blank range, and Matthew was unable to counter in time. John continued to press the attack, bouncing his son about like a pinball. However, Matthew wasn't by far a quitter as he flipped backward and used a mid-air spin kick, energizing his foot with ki and supernatural power. Spin Razor. This knocked his father out of his beast cannon move, but he instantly recovered and rebounded off one of the pillars of the challenge log. His right leg came up with his foot glowing. Climb Razor. Unable to stop his downward motion in time, Matthew held up his hands to block and winced as he felt the sting of his father's attack hit. The two landed on their feet, and charged at each other again, this time drawing out their nunchakus. Both began swinging their chain clubs at insane speeds, making thousands of strikes in under a few seconds. However, neither could penetrate the other's defense. The Amazons watched and awed at their speed technique, which made the infamous chestnuts roasting on an open fire method seem slow and clumsy. The air snapped with the sounds of their weapons' impacts, like a volley of machine gun fire. Then the pair upped the ante by simultaneously transforming into their hybrid forms. The intensity of the battle increased exponentially as each combatant began fighting at near full strength. Then the match came to a climax as both leapt away from each and held up their nunchakus and let loose with a shout. Dragon Cannon. While Matthew's attack resembled 7 fiery wolves in a stream that resembled the breath of a dragon, John's was one huge blast with the front shaped like a wolf's head. Both streams collided mightily and made the evening light up as bright as day. However, John's attack blasted through Matthew's and the younger werewolf fell victim to the backlash, causing him to stagger backward. In that instant, Johns charged forward with the beast cannon and added his own power to the stream. The result caused another massive blast when he collided with his son. This caused the crowds to back off. When the dust settled, Matthew was found lying on his back with his father standing over him in victory. He smiled up at his sire and acknowledged his defeat. At that point, several of the girls, including Shampoo, ran towards him, but immediately stopped as Nebiki got to him first and helped him to his feet. The middle Tendo daughter then felt a bit of a chill as she could feel the stares she was getting from the others, especially from Cologne's great-granddaughter. In addition to enhanced physical abilities, she also had a kind of animalistic instinct, which could detect the emotions of others directed toward her. Nebiki knew that she would have to be very careful. Later, as night fell on the Amazon village, Cologne had decided to check on her guests. Currently, the Tallbanes and Nebiki were staying in one of the guest huts. As she came near one of the side windows, she noticed a glint of gold. Her curiosity piqued. She approached the building, using all of her stealth techniques, and peered through the window. She saw Nebiki Tendo getting ready for bed as she was dressed in modest pajamas. She thought it was a bit odd since the sleepwear seemed to be overly big. The girl was almost swimming in them. Her gaze was then drawn to what was hanging around her neck. She immediately recognized the wolf head pendant. Why would she wear that? Unless Cologne's eyes narrowed in suspicion. Ever since she had learned that John had begun teaching another disciple, she had wondered if the Tendo girl was hiding something. Her great-granddaughter had watched Nebiki practice and had commented to her relative that the outsider moved quite well for a novice. Furthermore, the ancient elder had wondered why the short-haired girl was radiating a good amount of spiritual energy, which was not to be expected of someone who was just starting out in the martial arts. Cologne immediately stopped in her train of thought as Nebiki suddenly turned toward her window. The old woman just barely managed to get out of sight. Nebiki leaned out her window and looked about. Her new night vision scanned the surrounding area while her sensitive nostrils flared a bit. She had thought she had detected someone spying on her. After a long while, she shrugged her shoulders and went back inside, this time closing the curtain behind her. On the roof, Cologne let off a small sigh of relief, then became deep in thought. Nebiki had actually detected her. Only the Tallbanes were able to do that. She had seen the girl look about in the dark without any squinting, and she had sniffed about. Cologne was glad that the roof had some mutard on it, which had masked her scent. If what she suspected was true about Soon's daughter, the next morning Nebiki yawned as she rose from her bed. The morning sun's light filtered through her bedroom window from around the edges of the curtain. She stretched out her arms above her head and looked down at herself. She nodded as she saw herself in her hybrid form, with the oversized pajamas now tightly stretched on her enlarged and muscular body. As she had expected, the pendant's magic had faded during the night, and she was glad to have worn larger sleepwear, just in case. She then reached over to her nightstand, picked up the spare pendant and took off the one she was wearing. She put on the new one and waited. The wolf's head necklace worked its magic and caused her body to shrink back down to its human appearance. When she had returned to normal, she then began to get ready for the day. Shampoo had offered to show her around the village and the countryside, while Matthew and his father were going to the quarry to get more information on the ghosts that were haunting the area. Ni hao, Tendo-san. Shampoo greeted as she approached the front door of the guest hut. She was currently wearing a more conservative outfit of light lavender pants, sandals and matching blouse. Nebiki waved back to her as she was dressed in dark slacks, blue, short-sleeved, colored shirt and a pair of running shoes. On her neck, underneath the shirt, was her pendant, with the spare tucked in her back pocket. Good morning, Shampoo. We have big day today. Shampoo will show you Amazon village and forest. You had good time, yes? Akan's sister nodded as she followed her guide. Though Shampoo's accent needed work, she spoke Japanese reasonably well, and Nebiki assumed that she had learned from Matthew and John. And the warrior maiden's Japanese was certainly better than Nebiki's grasp of Cantonese and Mandarin. As she discreetly gave Shampoo a once-over, she noted that the Amazon teen was quite well developed. The girls at school would have killed to have a figure like hers at age 16, especially in the hips and bosom. Shampoo was at least a C-cup and her clothes seemed to mold onto her like a second skin. At the same time Nebiki was assessing Shampoo, the purple-haired female was assessing the outsider girl. Overall, Nebiki was moderately built with some curves. However, what really made her take notice was the way she moved. Since she was from the city, Shampoo had assumed Nebiki to be more noisy in her footsteps. However, as they walked, the short-haired girl was actually moving with very light steps and a quiet shuffle. She remembered back to the previous night when she and the other girls in the village were watching her practice with Matthew. And though she had been informed that Soon's daughter was only starting in her training, Shampoo had seen her move in time with her intended with few mistakes and almost no effort. She was either naturally gifted in the martial arts, or she was actually dedicated and practiced constantly. However, Shampoo tended to dismiss the second theory as she saw no signs of prolonged training on Nebiki. There were no telltale marks or calluses on her hands or any other part of her body, as far as she could see. Furthermore, Nabuki did not carry herself as someone who had decided on focusing on the martial arts. Rather, it felt as though she was somewhat forced into it, or that she had no choice. Shampoo tabled those thoughts for later as she led Nabuki toward the center of the village to begin the tour. Meanwhile, Matthew and John came to the entrance to the quarry, which was about 3 kilometers west of the village. As soon as they entered, both lycanthropes felt their mystical senses tingle as they looked about. "You feel that, son?" The younger werewolf nodded. "Yeah. I'm starting to get a bit of a chill down my spine. That's how you can estimate the power of ghosts and such. These Guangxi are considerably strong. They're drawing power from all surrounding sources of magic. Since this area is so close to Juzenkyo, I'm not at all surprised that they were able to withstand those spirit wards and spells that the Amazons used against them. So how are we going to fight them, Dad? Just remember, son, as werewolves, we also have supernatural characteristics. We can hurt them. First of all, I'd like to know just why Xianko and Malin are haunting this area in the first place. Let's check out the place where they were first sighted. Double quote back at the village, this blacksmith, Slag. Shampoo gestured to the forge, in which the large and burly man worked. Slag towered over the two girls at an impressive height of 6'9". His form was massive with rippling muscled arms and a wide chest. The flames climbed upwards as he worked the bellows to increase the heat of the coals. As the Tendo girl leaned forward for a better look, her nose wrinkled as she smelled the soot, the fumes, and the telltale scent of a certain metal. A slight tingle went down her spine as she immediately recognized it. In addition to smelting and shaping iron, Slag was adept at creating metal alloys. This particular sword that he was making was a combination of iron, carbon and silver. Early on, Nabuki had discovered that she had the same vulnerability to silver as the Tall Danes. In a jewelry store in Beijing, she had handled a silver ring for too long and received a mild burn on her right index finger and thumb. The pendant she wore only afforded her short protection against the metal, and it took her a day and a half to heal from the contact. She nodded to the Amazon as she followed her to the next site, breathing out a slight sigh of relief as she left the metal worker's place of livelihood. This was not lost on Shampoo as she had observed Soon's daughter with interest and suspicion. She had taken note of how Nabuki reacted when she saw Slag pouring out some silver from his crucible. She began to wonder about her and made a note to keep a close eye on her. At the quarry, the Tall Danes approached the spot where the Guangxi had first been spotted. Naturally, the area was thick with leftover magical energies and it was easy for them to discern where the ancient spirits had been sealed. John kneeled down and picked up what appeared to be a half-circle of metal with some Chinese inscriptions on it. The place was near a small cave opening that was just recently opened. Judging from the age of the metal fragment plus the amount of residual magic emanating from it, not to mention the seal inscriptions on its surface, There was no doubt that they had found the place where she and Ko and Malin had been sealed out back to the Amazon village. This challenge log. Shampoo said as she showed Nebiki the place where the annual tournament was held. The short-haired girl let off a low whistle as she estimated the weight of the huge timber that was suspended some 15 feet off the ground. It would have to weigh at least 15 to 20 tons. Though her strength had increased since Matthew bit her, she doubted that she would be able to lift the log. Heck, she would think that the tall beans would have trouble lifting it. So this is only used once a year? She asked. Cologne's great-granddaughter shook her head. No. Is used for other challenges. If Amazons have argument, they settle here. No killing and no sharp weapons. Win if knocked down or give up. Most times, win by hitting off log. Is also good for practice. Okay. Then Shampoo asked, you want to practice with Shampoo? To be continued author's notes. Well, that takes care of chapter 7 as this part of Beast Within is done. In chapter 8 we're going to have the first confrontation between the werewolves and the ghosts. As for the outcome between Nebiki and Shampoo, you're going to have to wait and see. One she means thank you in Chinese. Well, you had to have expected this phrase sooner or later. Asterisk chapter 9 asterisk. Chapter 8, Origins the Beast Within. Disclaimer, Ranma, Darkstalkers, Hellsing and any other series I decide to use in this story all belong to their own creators. I think that covers everything. Thoughts? Mandarin, English Chapter 8 Origins. I really don't think this is a good idea. Nebiki said as she stood facing the purple-haired Amazon on the challenge log. Is okay. Shampoo assured her as she got into a fighting stance. Is no serious challenge. Is only practice. Nebiki's eyes narrowed as she assessed her opponent. Though she had only begun basic training in Kung Fu and the tall Werewolf fist, she had some experience in gauging overall strength and skills in a person, in terms of martial arts. She had watched her father train, when he had still been teaching and had not become the whining baby he was now, and had seen Akan during her beat the horde of Randa every morning. Though she hated to admit it, Akan was the martial artist in the family. Matthew assured Nebiki that she would soon surpass her. However, that would take time, and she was now facing off against an opponent who could probably kick her posterior 50 times over, werewolf abilities or not. Nebiki took a deep breath as she saw the determination in Shampoo's eyes. There was no swaying her, so the Tendo girl got into a stance and hoped she would put up a decent showing. Shampoo nodded as she started out with a few simple punches, followed by a quick leg strike toward her opponent's midsection. She was a bit surprised when Nebiki blocked the attacks and countered with a few rough punches. The Amazon noted as she dodged, that the Japanese girl was moving with focused, though somewhat unsteady motions, indicating that she had little experience in fighting against real people. That made sense considering that she was supposed to be a beginner. However, as she began to pick up speed and throw more complex combinations, She became more intrigued as Nebiki continued to keep pace with her. For Akan's sister, it was taking a good deal of her concentration to keep herself from getting tagged by the Amazon. However, as they continued to trade blows, she started to notice that her reaction time was much faster than she remembered and that the blows that she was blocking didn't seem to be very painful. In fact, she was barely feeling them. She was also anticipating Shampoo's attacks almost instinctively now. As the pace started to increase, she began to wonder if her new werewolf abilities were allowing her to sense what was being thrown at her. As the session continued, Shampoo became amazed at how well the Tendo girl was countering her attacks and how easily she moved on the challenge log. With so little space to maneuver, most novices would have fallen off at this point, and she could sense that Nebiki was holding back. Whenever Shampoo blocked a punch or kick, the Amazon could feel the raw power coming from the blows and they were substantial. She began putting more effort in blocking them, or evading them when she could. That became even harder as Nebiki's speed also increased. At this point, Shampoo wondered what was going on. A novice could not improve so much during the course of one sparring match. Before either of them knew it, Shampoo began moving at near top speed and hitting with enough force to seriously hurt a normal person. And still Nebiki managed to fend off her attacks and throw back a few of her own. Finally, her Amazon pride came to the fore and demanded that she win this match. She let off a shrill war cry as her arms became a blur. KDCHUDNSHINAMAGURIKN. Nebiki was taken completely by surprise as Shampoo launched the chestnuts roasting over an open fire technique. In an instant, the warrior team was firing off punches like a machine gun and all Kasumi's sister could do was retreat and block the blows with her arms. As she was forced backward, her left foot slipped off the edge of the log and she went tumbling down. She landed hard on her backside with a thump and winced slightly at the impact. Shampoo immediately came to her side as she realized that she had gone too far. She knelt down beside her sparring partner while apologizing profusely. So sorry. Shampoo, not mean to do that. Is okay. It's okay. I'm fine, really. I just got the wind knocked out of me. That's all. Nebiki waved her off as she got to her feet. Already the pain from the attack and falling off the log was fading as her werewolf healing abilities started working. She didn't want Shampoo to examine her too closely, or she would see, arm is cut. The middle Tendo daughter winced as she turned about to keep Shampoo from seeing the small cut on her arm. When she had fallen off the log, her right arm briefly brushed against the side of the timber. The rough bark was jagged in some areas and it had managed to break her skin. However, the bleeding stopped immediately after she hit the ground and now the skin was closing itself up. The blood that had seeped out through the wound dried up and fell away in an instant. Nebiki continued to turn away from Shampoo, who naturally followed her to see the injury. Why you no let Shampoo see? No, it's okay. It's not cut. Why you keep turning away? I'm not. Let shampoo see. Nabuki continued to turn about for a few more moments until the cut was completely gone. Then the Amazon grabbed hold of Nabuki's right shoulder and spun her about. She looked down and her eyes widened in surprise as she saw not a bloody cut, but unbroken skin. Aye. Shampoo thought she saw a cut. The short-haired girl shrugged and gave the Amazon a sheepish smile. I told you that it wasn't anything. Cologne's great-granddaughter was more than a little suspicious at this point. She was certain that she had seen blood, and the gash had been more than 5 inches long. However, as she gazed upon Nabuki's arm, she could see no trace of a cut nor blood. There was no way an injury like that could have healed up in just a few seconds. Unless it was at that moment that Nabuki changed the subject. Hey, Shampoo. What was that attack you used? That was really cool. The purple-haired girl's thoughts were snapped back to the present as she responded with a bit of pride. His special Amazon move called chestnuts roasting on open fire. Not mean to use. Shampoo sorry, but surprised Nabuki is very good for a beginner. Well, Matthew and his father say that I have a talent for it. Say, I've been wondering, how did the Tallbanes meet up with your people anyway? Shampoo nodded as she started to lead Nabuki back to her house. As they walked, she started to explain the events which led to the present alliance between the warrior women and the Tallbane werewolves. It very long story. Great-grandmother say it happened over 600 year ago at the Amazon quarry. 2 members of the family in question were at the entrance to the cave in which the Kuangshisianko and Malin had been sealed away. At that point, the younger lycanthrope posed a question to his father. Dad? John Talbot looked over his shoulder to his offspring. Yes? I've been kind of wondering about these ghosts that been giving the Amazons trouble. From what they tell me, these spirits could have been Amazons too, especially if they fight in the same way as that Dotmus does. I mean, isn't the hidden weapons techniques one of the Joksuzoku's fighting styles? The elder werewolf nodded as he turned to face his son. He gestured for him to sit down on a rock beside him as he replied to Matthew's inquiry. That thought had occurred to me as well, when Cologne told me about them. Judging by the dates indicated on those inscriptions from that broken seal, those specters had been locked away for about 600 years. That's a little after the time when Loshian started developing the ability to fold key and hide weapons. At least that's what I remember from reading some of the Amazon's archives. 600 years ago. Isn't that about the time when Jacob Tallbane met the Amazons? That's right, Matthew. Jacob Tallbane, who happened to be your 20th great-grandfather, came across the Joksuzoku around the year 1402. I've never really told you the entire story about how our family became involved with the Amazons, Taga. When his son shook his head, John smiled as he began to relate the tale. He kept his keen, supernatural senses on alert, in case the two ghosts were to make an appearance. It all began over 6 centuries ago when Jacob Taldane decided to make a pilgrimage to China in order to study Kung Fu at a Shaolin temple. However, due to a certain event, he never got to that temple. Flashback to China, 1402 AD. Somewhere near Mount Kensei, a young man in his mid-20s was scratching his head with his right hand while staring at a map of the region in his left. He was currently standing on a ledge that overlooked a small valley. He was a tall fellow with short, dark brown hair that was tousled in stylish disarray. His body was lean, but finely muscled, and he wore a functional ensemble of dark pants, hiking boots and short-sleeved shirt. On his back was a large traveling pack. He shook his head in disgust as he realized that he had lost his bearings. He sighed again as he reread the instructions on the map. Damn, I can't believe it. I followed the directions exactly. That Shaolin temple should be around here somewhere. The map says to head 100 kilometers north of the mountain's base, and Jacob then winced as he realized that he had mistranslated the Chinese directions. Good grief. That guide's handwriting is terrible. I should have gone south, not north. I'm off by 200 kilometers. He looked up at the sky and frowned as he noted that it was getting dark as the sun was close to the horizon. It would be too late for him to go back the way he came, even though as a werewolf, he could navigate through the night without any difficulty. The real problem was that it was going to be a full moon, and he didn't want to go scaring any of the local villagers in the area in his lupine or hybrid form. Jacob let off a sigh of disgust as he began his trek back toward the forest near the foot of the mountain. He had passed by a clearing earlier and decided that was where he could set up camp. In less than an hour, Jacob set up a small tent and had a campfire going. As he started to cook his dinner, he could already feel the power of the full moon flow through him as night began. As the silvery orb began to rise, John and Matthew's ancestor began transforming into his alternate form. His body increased in size and muscle mass as it was covered in light brown fur. His face elongated and took on a wolf-like appearance as his canines enlarged. His shirt burst apart and a tail sprouted out from the small of his back. Fortunately, his pants were loose enough to allow it to sway. Note to self. Take off shirt before transforming. Jacob sighed as he stood up. In his hybrid form, he was a formidable 6'10" and had enough power to uproot massive trees and shatter solid granite. After eating his dinner, and seeing that he had nothing else to do, he decided to get in some training. Using his acute senses of smell and hearing, he scanned the area for any signs of people. Finding none, he sprang forward and raced through the throngs of trees. His agility allowed him to speed around the trees and dodge overhanging branches and bushes with unbelievable ease. A particularly thick branch came up in front of him, but he didn't even slow down as he flexed the claws of his left hand. With one quick slash, the branch fell away as it was made of parchment. In less than a minute, he was deep within the forest near the foot of the mountain. At that point, He stopped in his night run as his sense of smell picked up an exotic aroma. He recognized it as a rare Chinese herbal extract. Like the first of the Tallbane werewolves, Jacob was well versed in chemistry and botany. His family line had kept detailed records of their founders' works, especially the Lunathorn potion. He decided to investigate as he used the stealth that his werewolf heritage afforded and disappeared into the foliage. He made nary a sound as he crept up toward the source of the smell. It was then that he saw them back to the present at the Amazon village. "So your people met up with Matthew's ancestor in the 15th century?" Nabiki asked as she walked beside Shampoo. The purple-haired girl nodded. At time, he met with Shampoo's ancestor, Joe. She was on training trip with friends. Was deep in forest at time near mountain. Did not know that great warrior was nearby. Flashback to the past. Jill nodded to her friends as they sat near the campfire. At 18, she was a striking beauty with a lithe figure, long green hair and lively brown eyes. Sitting opposite to her were her friends, Rinse and Lather. The girls were twins with only a difference of hair color. Rinse had brown hair while Lather's was dark red. The three of them were out in the wilderness as part of their survival training and to gather herbs. They were dressed in simple, but functional short-sleeved blouses and matching silk pants and sandals. Jill's outfit was colored a modest purple, while Rinse and Lather were blue and red respectively. "It's been a good day's work," Jill commented. "So how are you doing, Rinse?" The girl in question shook her head as she continued to scratch her left arm. "This itching is driving me crazy." Her sister shook her head. "I told you not to go into that hedge to pick up those mushrooms. That was poison ivy. I didn't see it until I reached into that bush. Either of you got any of that soothing salve?" Jill nodded as she reached into her camping pack. "I've got some. This should keep you from scratching too much until we get back to the village. I'm pretty sure Splint the healer can get you something to get rid of that awful rash. It's making your skin all red and gross." Rinse gratefully took the small container and began smearing the white paste on her arm. She immediately let off a sigh of relief as the cream worked into her skin and the burning sensation subsided out from his hiding spot. Jacob Tallbane nodded as he took a whiff of the odor coming from the salve. His sensitive nose immediately disassembled the smell into its component chemicals and he immediately recognized several of the ingredients that made up the medication. He was impressed. The salve the girls were using could be the exact same recipe found in the Tallbane Herbal and Chemical Archives. Then his nose picked up a different scent, and his sensitive ears heard the approach of something dangerous. He then withdrew from the campsite to deal with a doubt back at the campfire. "So Joe," Rinse asked as she finished applying the lotion, "have you decided to accept Aftershave's proposal?" Joe shook her head. "He's nice, but I really don't see him as anything more than as a friend. He's not really that strong and I want more in a husband." "What more do you want in a husband?" Lather asked. "As long as he's not bad looking, can keep house, is a decent fighter, and can give you children, then that should be enough." If that was all that I wanted, then I would have married a long time ago. Jill sighed as she gazed up at the moonlit sky. I want a husband that get me really well, you know. She blushed slightly as she let her friends figure out the implied meaning. The twins nodded in understanding, as Lather replied, "If you want that kind of man, there's always the outsider law. Good luck with that," Rin said with a bit of sarcasm in her voice. The last time an Amazon married a strong outsider was more than 75 years ago. The nearby villages don't have much and snap, rip, crash. All three girls immediately went into battle stances when they heard the sudden roar and the sounds of fierce combat. They started running toward the source of the commotion. Just as they reached the scene, a dark, shadowy being bounded upward and darted past them, disappearing into the foliage. The Amazons looked about and saw the carnage. A large tiger lay on the ground, its body badly mauled and its head turned about at an odd angle, indicating that its neck had been snapped. Its side had several bloody gashes, and the surrounding area indicated that the predator had put up quite a bit of resistance before it was killed. Now the question was, who or what had killed it? The quarry near Juzenkio. Present time, so Jacob Talbane killed the tiger that was about to attack the Amazons. John nodded to his son as he took out his nunchakus. He sensed the approach of the big cat and it was about to pounce on them. Of course, this caused a bit of a stir when Joe told the village elders about the incident, and they went to investigate. The older lycanthrope then took out a small vial of green liquid and a writing instrument. He started inscribing some magical runes on the wooden halves and instructed his son to do the same on his weapons. So what happened then? Matthew asked as he and his father began enchanting their tools for the coming battle against CNKO and her sister. Flashback to 15th century China. Elder Rouge nodded as she studied the carcass of the tiger. At 94 years of age, she was still a respectable 5*9 and it hadn't begun shrinking in height as all Amazons did after living for more than a century. She had long, silver hair tied up in a loose ponytail, and wore the robes of a matriarch. In one hand she had a cane made of gnarled wood. She gestured to the torn sides of the dead animal with a wizened finger as her great-granddaughter Jill looked on with interest. "You see this, child? These gashes were done by claws, not a blade. However, the neck was snapped expertly and I would assume by something possessing great strength. Whatever killed this tiger was not a normal predator." "How do you know this, great-grandmother?" Jill asked. "If it were just a regular animal, then it would have either begun eating the carcass or at least drag it away to consume it later. A true predator would not simply kill its prey and just leave it. And breaking the neck at such an angle is far too efficient for me. Look at the indentations near the neck. It looks as if the tiger's killer used a chokehold and applied enough force to break the neck. That's no simple task and that's not a natural way to kill for an animal." Jill nodded as she gazed upon the dead body. Rouge then added, "And I sense residual ki and something else. The power is focused and organized. yet still retains a feral quality. If I were to make a guess, I would say that this tiger had been killed by someone from the Musk dynasty, or something else entirely. The Musk dynasty? Yes. As you know, our sworn enemies use the power of Juzenkyo in order to gain great physical strength and animal abilities. However, I do not think this was done by the Musk, since I sense nothing of Juzenkyo's magic here. There is some magic involved, but it is not from the cursed training grounds. So what do you think did this? Not what, but rather who did this? Rouge corrected. I sense that this is the handiwork of someone with great skill and a power than one can scarcely imagine. I have a feeling that this will not be the last time we see something like this. Right square bracket. A few days later, Jell and her friend Calamine were busy patrolling the outer west perimeter of the forest near the village. Due to the more frequent sightings of Musk Dynasty warriors in the area, the Amazons had sent out several scouting parties to keep track of them while preparing for any attacks. For Rouge's great-granddaughter, this would be her first face-to-face encounter with the legendary fighters of Juzenkyo. Unknown to her, it would also be her first face-to-face encounter with a tall-bane werewolf. As the two adolescent female warriors silently moved through the woods, they kept their senses on alert for any signs of their enemies or anything out of the ordinary. However, they were unable to detect a most extraordinary individual who was a mere 50 feet away. Jacob Tallbane nodded as he quietly followed the pair from above by leaping from tree to tree. Though he was in human form, his abilities still far outstripped those of normal people. He moved with grace and unbelievable agility and managed leaps of 30 feet or better with almost no effort at all. Ever since that encounter with the tiger, he had been noticing several bands of armed women appearing around the area. He had kept out of sight, while stealthily observing them to find out what or who they were searching for. He immediately recognized Jell from that first night, though he did not know who was with her. The new girl was about the same age with light reddish-brown hair, tied up into buns. Like her companion, she wore a functional blouse with silk pants and sandals. She was armed with a pair of tonfa while Jell carried spear, and judging by the way they moved, Jacob could tell that they had some training in the martial arts. His interest was piqued as he continued to follow them. Then, as they reached the center of the forest, the tall-bane werewolf stiffened as he sensed a very focused and dangerous amount of ki and some volatile supernatural energies nearby. He hid himself deeper within the foliage as he prepared for combat. Hanging from a harness on his back were two plain black scabbards which held a pair of double-edged short broadswords. The present. Oh yes, I forgot to tell you something about our family school of martial arts. What is it, Dad? Matthew asked. Even though it is based on our werewolf heritage and makes use of our strength, speed, agility and our inner ki and supernatural energies, it also branched off into several styles of armed combat, not just the nunchakus that we use. So we're not just limited to these. The younger werewolf held up the chain clubs. John nodded. That's right. We also engaged in using the staff, the tonfa, shurikens and stuff like that. One of our ancestors was even a ninja for a brief time. Really? That's right. It's another family story that I'll tell you about someday. And of course, being from Europe, we were also familiar with using the sword and lance. In any case, Jacob Tallbane was well versed in the unarmed methods that our school taught, but he was also quite good in using the two-sword techniques known as the fang and claw style. Back in the past, Jell and her friend became tense as they felt as if they were being watched. However, they were still unable to discern as to where or who was observing them. They could feel a pair of not quite human eyes trained on them, but whoever they belonged to was doing a top-notch job of keeping hidden. Jill couldn't tell whether it was from the musk, or from someone else. Then she heard a twig snap, and that was when all hell broke loose. Crashing out from the woods, 3 Musk Dynasty warriors appeared and charged the 2 Amazons. 2 were huge, hulking individuals with armored breastplates and bracers, one with red hair, the other had brown. Both were armed with double-bladed axes and leering expressions on their faces. The third individual was slimmer and was armed with a longsword. He also wore the same expression on his face as he and his companions looked upon the 2 females. Calamine and Jill both knew what thoughts were going on in their minds. Though the musk normally mated with animals dunked in the spring of ground girl to gain their powers, they wouldn't hesitate to capture Amazons and rape them in order to continue their bloodlines. Once a captured Amazon gave birth to a musk child, she would be killed immediately. The outsider marriage laws did not apply to an Amazon who was defeated by a musk warrior. The women would rather commit suicide than become the mothers of the next generation of their enemies. With a shrill war cry, both Amazons threw themselves into the battle, though their chances of surviving this day were nil. But they would go out fighting in combat. Other than dying of old age in bed surrounded by grandchildren, there was no better way for an Amazon to meet her end. Jill took on the 2 giants while Calamine took on the swordsman high up in the trees. Jacob nodded as he watched the 2 teams take on 3 opponents that had the numerical and strength advantage. He could also sense that they possessed some mystical characteristics that clearly gave them an edge over the female pair. Though they were fighting valiantly, they had no chance of defeating them. When he saw the green-haired girl fall backward after being shoved down by one of the giants, he decided that he couldn't let such a spirited beauty and her friend be captured or worse. He let off a feral growl and prepared to spring into action. The red-haired giant smirked as his intended slave went down. He was going to enjoy breaking her as she would give him a child to carry on his family's bloodline. However, Jill was not going to give him a chance to take her virginity. With a desperate lunge, she brought her spear up and aimed directly for his crow's nest. The spear had managed to pierce the armored skirt and plunged deep into his groin. The musk warrior howled in pain and shock as his privates were skewered. He staggered backward, dropping his axe and clutching at his family jewels as he sank to his knees. His brother became enraged at seeing his sibling castrated, and decided that the Amazon girl was going to pay for what she had done. She would not live to even give birth to a musk child as he raised his axe to cleave her in twain. Jill closed her eyes and waited for the end as the axe came down. Clang! Her eyes opened when she heard the sound of metal striking metal. However, when she looked up, she found herself looking at the solid back of a strange man with a lighter skin tone than hers, and he had a slim, but well-muscled frame. To her amazement, he was holding off a huge giant and his massive axe with just one arm and a short broadsword. The Musk Dynasty warrior couldn't believe that this stranger was holding him off, despite the fact that he was exerting full strength on him. He and his brother had the brute force of the bear, due to Jews and Kyo. But this interloper was pushing back almost casually with just one hand. He looked into Jacob Tallbane's eyes and saw the lupine expression in their blue depths. Then, he began to feel fear as the werewolf let off a low growl. With a quick movement, Jacob used a disarming technique to knock the axe out of the musk warrior's hands, then reached out with his free left hand and grabbed hold of his opponent's right wrist and applied a crushing force. The enemy of the Amazons let off a cry of pain as bone, cartilage, and tendon snapped under the pressure. Then he was yanked forward by the captured arm, only to receive a hard knee strike to the chin as the lycanthrope hopped up and brought his right leg up. Then Jacob let go of the wrist and followed up with one of the signature moves of the tall Werewolf fist style, at full force. Climb Razor. Jill had seen key techniques being used in her village before, but the stranger's technique was something else entirely. The raw power that was focused in that attack was a combination of ki and some kind of energy she had never encountered before. She had just started learning about ki and how to utilize it, but this was something on a level far beyond even the most proficient of her tribe's fighters and some of the elders. The last thing the Musk warrior saw was Jacob's glowing foot as it came up. The force of the kick shattered his skull, killing him instantly. With both giants out of action, the remaining Musk fighter saw that he couldn't stand against the newcomer and two Amazons. He immediately disengaged from Calamine and started to run while calling out. Jacob was not about to let him go and warn any others of his kind. With a speed that was practically inhuman, he caught up to the swordsman while drawing out the second blade from his back. He twirled them about for a moment before getting into a battle stance. The Musk warrior knew he had no choice but to fight as he readied his own longsword. He didn't recognize his opponent's sword style, but after seeing Tallbane decimate one of the bear twins, he wasn't very confident he could beat him. There was just something about this stranger that made even the power of the Musk seem trifling. He was hoping he could hold out long enough for his comrades to arrive. Tallbane wasted no time as he attacked aggressively, slashing with his twin blades with precision and uncanny speed. The Musk warrior managed to deflect the first few maneuvers, but several quick swipes got through his defenses and cut into his arms. Then Jacob demonstrated the true power of the fang and claw sword style as his right blade parried his opponent's, then slashed with the left. The fighter from the Musk dynasty howled as his right hand was cut into. In the blink of an eye, Jacob reversed attacking with the left sword and then made a stabbing motion with his right. This was followed by a slicing move by the left which took the longsword out of his adversary's hands. Then the two swords were thrust simultaneously into the Musk warrior's chest. The Musk warrior could only let off a pitiful gasp as he was skewered, then slumped forward dead. At that moment, Jacob heard a scream and whirled about with swords ready. He then saw Jill as she plunged her spear into the chest of the first giant she had fought and belted. She had decided to finish off her opponent while she had the chance. Though he wouldn't have been able to have any children, Jill still considered him as a danger to her people, and the Amazon laws clearly stated that all Musk were to be killed. At that point, he saw a glint of metal from some trees and saw it flashing toward her. He immediately ran toward her and brought his right sword up to deflect the incoming projectile. However, he was a fraction of a second too slow as the arrow glanced off the edge of his sword and grazed his shoulder. He let off a hiss as a blazing sensation ripped through his flesh. As the arrow streaked by, Jacob recognized the glint of silver. He felt the pain of the metal as it started to work its way into him. However, he pivoted about and threw the sword in his right hand toward the hidden archer. The blade flashed like lightning as it sped into the tree, and impacted hard against its target. A scream was heard as a Musk dynasty archer was pierced through his chest. The force of the blade was so great that he was propelled out of the tree and sent flying backward 20 feet. However, as his lifeless body hit the ground, more Musk warriors appeared and began to surround the two Amazons and their lycanthrope rescuer. The wolf was wounded and cornered. It was a very dangerous situation for the Musk dynasty. Back in the present. So what happened next? Matthew asked with interest. John shrugged as he replied. Well, that's where it gets a bit fuzzy. Jacob Tallbane's journals doesn't go into much detail about what happened. All he wrote down was that the fight became so intense that he fell into a kind of berserker rage and later fainted from his wounds and exhaustion. When he came to, he was in Elder Rouge's hut. In the village of the Amazons, 15th century. Good day to you, stranger. Welcome back to the land of the living. Jacob Tallbane shook his head as he sat up from the bed he was on. He looked about at his surroundings, then looked down at himself. He was a bit surprised that he had been stripped down to his underwear and that several parts of his body had been expertly bandaged. He then looked toward the source of the voice and gazed upon the aged face of Joel's great-grandmother. Who you? Were here? How? At this point Jacob's Mandarin was far from perfect. Rouge did comprehend his questions. She gave him an assessing gaze and guessed at his origins. She then changed dialects and replied. I am Rouge. You are in my village and my great-granddaughter brought you here to be treated for your wounds. The lycanthrope brightened up as he recognized the language. You speak English? Rouge nodded. Yes. I guessed by your skin tone, your clothes, and very bad accent that you are from the West. I learned how to speak and read English from some European missionaries. So would you mind telling me your name? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm Jacob Tallbane. You can call me Jake if you like. Very well then, Jacob Island. So where exactly is this village of yours? This is the village of the Joksuzoku, and you are near what you would refer to as the Bayankala mountain regions in the Qinghai province. Ooh, okay. Jake took in the information, then asked, so what's the Joksuzoku? Rouge gave him another introspective expression before answering. Joksuzoku is the name of our tribe of Chinese Amazons, or warrior women in your language. Really? I always thought that the Amazons were a myth. No offense, mind you. None taken. I'm not surprised you don't know about us. We don't usually venture much outside the mountain range and we keep to ourselves. Though things have been getting harder for us since the Musk dynasty have been increasing their attacks against us. Excuse me. Musk dynasty? Who are they? Are they the ones I fought against? Indeed. And according to what my great-granddaughter Jill told me, you had single-handedly decimated an entire war party. But that's not the most amazing thing about you. What is most amazing are these. She gestured with her cane at the bandages and used the wooden end to undo the knot that tied the one on his right arm. The strip of linen fell away, leaving totally healed skin. Rouge continued. You had some serious gashes and bruises on your body when you were brought in yesterday. This wound alone was quite deep and was bleeding profusely. This morning I changed the bandage and found it to be little more than a minor scrape. Now I see that it is totally healed. The other injuries you had sustained were healing far too fast to be normal. I'll admit that the wound on your shoulder took a bit longer, but the fact is that you are now fully recuperated from what should have taken you days, if not weeks to recover from, leads me to believe that there is something about you that isn't natural. Furthermore, you defeated a masquerading party. A normal person would find it next to impossible in defeating one warrior, but you took on no less than 30 of their best fighters. According to what Joe told me, you fought with a strength and speed that was far beyond anything that martial arts could ever hope to attain. So tell me, Jacob Tallbane, just what exactly are you? Jake laughed nervously as he scratched the back of his head. A little while later, after being given a set of clothes to wear, Rouge led Jacob on a tour of her home. He was dressed in a simple white sleeveless shirt, loose black kung fu pants and sandals. The young werewolf took in all the sights, sounds and smells of the rustic village. His enhanced senses were perked at the exotic scents, and he was especially impressed with the number of people who possessed good ki control and a mastery in the martial arts. Several villagers were openly practicing katas in both unarmed and armed maneuvers. There were small groups practicing in strength-building exercises such as carrying heavy jugs of water and moving about with rocks tied to their limbs. Others were engaged in endurance and stamina training, as well as sparring sessions with practice wooden swords and spears. There was even an archery range where students practiced their marksmanship with a bow. The trainees ranged in age from 5 years to late teens. One very important thing Jacob noted was that the majority of trainees were female. As they walked by the throngs of trainees, the Tallbane fighter began to attract the attention of several females, especially those who were 16 and older. For many of them, this was the first time they had ever laid eyes on an outsider male. His lighter skin tone and lupine eyes made him seem exotic. Many of them took exceptional notice of his well-muscled frame and the way he walked with grace. They had all heard about the stranger who had come to Gel and Calamine's aid and who had defeated an entire Musk Dynasty war party. He had already garnered their interest when the incredible encounter had been related. Now that they were seeing him close up, they could almost believe that this single man had defeated 30 of their enemies. His presence seemed to emit a kind of animalistic aura that was overpowering, and the fact that he was a very attractive-looking male helped. At this point, Jacob considered his options. He had originally planned to visit a Shaolin temple in order to fine-tune his kung fu skills, but training with the Joksuzoku would be just as good, perhaps even better. These people knew a lot about fighting, and there could be some techniques that could be added to the Tallbane wolf fist style. It was then that he saw a familiar green-haired girl approaching them. "Ah, hello, great-granddaughter." Jill nodded to her relative as her gaze fell on Jake. "Good day to you, great-grandmother. I wanted to see how our guest is doing." She gave him a slight once-over and asked, "Do you think he should be up and about this soon?" "Not to worry, Jill. This fine warrior has remarkable powers of recuperation." Rouge then addressed Jacob. "Jake, this is my great-granddaughter Jill." She then referred back to her Joe, please speak English with him. His name is Jacob, but you may call him Jake. He's not very fluent in Mandarin and Cantonese. Jill nodded again as she addressed him. Hello. My name's Joe. Thank you yesterday for help. Ah yes, you're quite welcome. Jacob replied while giving her a friendly smile. He had to admit, Jill was quite the beauty close-up. Unlike the Renaissance-era women in London, who covered themselves up in petticoats and long dresses, the Amazon's figure was well accentuated by the short hem of the blue silk dress she was wearing, leaving her long legs bare. The top barely held her generous bosom in check. Today she was wearing her hair in a kind of top-knot ponytail. Rouge smiled at his awkwardness, then told her great-granddaughter to show their guest around and make him feel welcome. The green-haired girl blushed slightly, and nodded as she gestured for him to follow. As they walked together, several of the female villagers looked upon the two with a bit of the green-eyed monster in their expressions. Whenever there was an eligible man present, and a very handsome foreigner to boot, he was considered fair game for all unattached females of marriageable age. The others considered Jill having an unfair advantage in being instructed by an elder to show the newcomer about. Where you come from? Jill asked as she and Jake began conversing as they walked together. I'm from England. England? Jill not know that place. Is very far. You could say that. How many days walk? Oh well, it would quite a while for you to get there if you walked. About 1 to 2 years worth if you didn't stop to eat or sleep. Aye. Is so far. How you get here? Well, let's just say I know a few shortcuts and leave it at that. Jacob couldn't even begin to explain how he was able to traverse the world in far shorter times than what was possible by horse or ships of that era at the present, so he used the pathways through the Makai realm, right? Matthew asked. That's right, son. As you know, there are some one-way dimensional portals between the worlds that open up at certain times. These allowed a person to travel great distances in a short amount of time. Unfortunately for me, there wasn't one available when I was courting your mother. I was forced to take a plane and well, you know what happened afterwards. The younger lycanthrope nodded. So what about the Musk dynasty? I'm guessing they didn't take things sitting down, after having an entire war party destroyed by one man. That would be the understatement of the century. Word traveled fast, even in that remote area, and when news of the massacre reached the leader of the Musk, he reacted. Double quote back to the past, Musk dynasty kingdom, all gone. The entire war party is gone. Yes, my liege. We found nothing but the dead bodies, including those of Growl and Snarl, the bear twins. Growl's head was split open, while Snarl was found castrated with a spear in his chest. The others were mauled and torn apart as if some wild beast had attacked them. The spear had joked Suzuka markings on it. So those accursed Amazons were behind this, They will pay for this. Yes, my lord. We did pick up the scent of Amazons. However, what is it? My lord, we find it strange that we were only able to pick up the scent of 2 Amazons against a party of 30 Musk warriors. The likelihood that only a pair would be able to defeat them is almost impossible. However, we did detect something else. There was another. This person wasn't an Amazon. Our trackers are certain of it. However, this stranger possessed a power that was supernatural in nature. It was somewhat similar to what we gained from Juzenkyo, but far more potent. We believe that he or she may be the one who annihilated our brethren. So this stranger dares to kill warriors of the Musk dynasty. Then he or she will suffer the same fate as the Jokutsuzoku. Begin gathering our strongest warriors. We shall attack them in a few days' time, and I myself will break this interloper in half. Yes, Lord Firewind. Double quote right square bracket at the Amazon village. Jill led her rescuer to the forge, where the blacksmith was busy hammering away on a partially heated sword on top of an iron ingle. Jill gestured to the large man to get his attention. The large man nodded to her as he paused in his work and turned to her. Jill. Good morning. Good morning to you, Edge. Are they ready? The man nodded as he walked toward his work table and brought forth 2 items. Jacob immediately recognized them. My swords. Jill smiled as she explained. After I bring you to great-grandmother, I go back for your swords. Ask Edge to sharpen and clean for you. Edge nodded as he also knew English. These are very well made. They have good balance and are strong. I don't recognize the metal. It is harder than my finest tempered steel. I thought I could sharpen these for you, but they do not need it. All I could do was to polish and oil them for you. These swords can cut through stone. Where did you get such wondrous blades? Well, you could say that I know a very good swordsmith. I'd like to meet him. Edge then handed him his twin blades, plus their harness and scabbards. Well, I doubt you ever will. He's really hard to find. Jacob commented as he checked the blades, then fitted the harness over his back. In actuality, the swords had been forged in the Makai realm, and were composed of the rare metal called orichalcum. The metal, once forged and tempered, was virtually indestructible by normal means, and it had an immunity to magic. This meant that Jacob could deflect magical attacks, slice through barriers, or even cancel out curses. Due to the rarity of the metal, it was unlikely that there were many such swords or weapons in existence. Legend has it that one such weapon found its way to the human world and became the famous sword known as Excalibur. Only a very small number of individuals knew of the secrets of how to shape and manipulate orichalcum. Jacob's swords and many of the weapons used by the Talbanes had been created by a tribe of flame gargoyles that had a contract with the family. As the two continued their tour of the village, they conversed more about Talbon's life. What fighting style Jake use? Shall never see before. Oh, it's my family martial art. It's called the Talbane Wolf Fist. I also use the two sword techniques called the Fang and Claw. It's very powerful. You defeat Musk so easy. Must make wife very happy to have strong husband. I'm not married. Oh, maybe not find right girl yet. Joe remarked with a mischievous smile. When he saw the hungry look in her eyes, Jake became very uneasy. Jill was pretty, but he wasn't looking for a wife at the moment. He wasn't certain if she could handle his lycanthrope heritage. It had been in his experience that rural folk tended to be extremely jumpy when they encountered things of a supernatural nature. He also felt as if he was being watched by several other pairs of eyes. At this point, several of the village's warrior maidens had decided to make their moves towards snaring the handsome foreigner before Jel got her hooks into him. One such girl, named Colm, was especially determined to take Jacob away from her. She was considered among the most beautiful and strongest of the Amazon women, with her glorious, long aqua hair, silver eyes and her bouncy figure. She was also Jel's staunchest rival. When she first laid eyes on Jake, she did consider him as a very handsome and strong fighter. Marrying him would bring great prestige and bloodlines to her family. And she'll be damned if Jel got to him first. Soon, battle lines would be drawn, with the Musk dynasty and matters of the heart. With Jacob Tallbane caught in the middle exclamation point the next day, Jacob wiped his forehead as he continued to add straw and pitch. Wanting to feel full while he stayed at the village, he had offered to help in repairing the hole in the roof of Perfume's hut. As he worked, several Amazon girls watched him with admiration and several naughty thoughts in their heads. He was currently shirtless, and they liked the way the sun gleamed off his hard-muscled torso. He had begun to develop a tan, but that only added to his handsome appearance. Once he finished fixing the roof, he came down to the ground to take a breather and wipe himself with a towel. A girl with short, reddish-brown hair came up to him with a small pitcher and a glass. "You must be very thirsty." "Yes." "I thirsty." "Yes." "Thank you." Jake took the offered drink and raised it to his lips. However, before he took a sip, his sensitive nose caught a whiff of something strange in the glass. He looked down and saw something at the bottom. It was almost too small for anyone to see it, but it made his innate animal danger senses go off. As he stared at the mysterious particle, he began to suspect that the girl had put something in the glass, and he had just caught it, as it was almost finished dissolving in the water. A moment later, it disappeared. "Something wrong?" the girl asked while putting on an innocent look. Jake didn't know how to respond without sounding suspicious. He was a guest after all, and it wouldn't do to offend his hosts. Luckily, he didn't have to, as another girl approached him, this time carrying a tray of food. Tallbane is not thirsty. He is hungry. This female had long, black hair and brown eyes. "You haven't had lunch?" "Yes." "Eat not yet," Jacob admitted, and his sensitive nose then caught the scent of something strange in the bowl of rice, vegetables and seasoned meat. The two girls began to argue with one another, momentarily forgetting him. This played to the advantage of a third girl who came up behind him and took hold of his right arm. Before the werewolf could protest, Colm pulled him away from the bickering females and out of sight. He just managed to grab his shirt as he was dragged off. By the time the two stopped to ask him for his opinion, he was gone out some distance away. "Not good to leave no say." "Not nice," Jacob said as he walked alongside the aqua-haired girl. He now had his shirt on, though the garment did nothing to hide his well-muscled torso and arms. Colm found it very difficult to keep her eyes from roaming. "Is okay?" Colm replied in English. Salt and pepper argue all time. You lucky that Colm take you away before you eat or drink. Lucky? The ancestor of John and Matthew cocked his head and thought. You mean there really was something in that bowl and glass? I wondered what those smells were. That particular statement caught Colm's interest. You smell? Jake shrugged his shoulders. Let's just say I've got a really sensitive nose. Very good nose. The Amazon agreed. Salt and pepper very sneaky. Like to hide things in food and drink. Very good at use poison. Poison. They were trying to poison me. Colm waved her hands, trying to defuse the situation. It wouldn't be good to scare off such a prime example of husband material. No. No. Salt and pepper no kill Talbane. Is stupid. They just want to. At that point, a certain ancestor of Champa came onto the scene. Colm's eyes narrowed at her arrival as Rouge's great-granddaughter waved to them as she approached. The aqua-haired girl smothered her animosity with a smile and waved back. Jake. Looking all over for you. Really? Why? Great-grandmother want to show you something. Come. Jill pulled at Jacob's right arm, while her rival Colm looked on with an irritated glare. She decided to go with them as she had no intention of giving up her aim to snare the handsome foreigner. Left curly bracket double quote you wanted to see me? Jake asked as he and the girls stood behind Rouge's hut. The Amazon elder nodded as she gestured to a small campfire she had made. Yes. I wanted to thank you for saving my great-granddaughter and defeating our enemies. Therefore, I decided that since you are training in the martial arts, you could learn some of our Amazon wushu techniques. What kind of techniques? He asked with interest. Rouge gave the young man a knowing smile as she made a small bag of chestnuts appear, then tossed the contents into the fire. Just as the nuts started to crackle and split, the old woman reached out with her hands, which became faint blurs as she plucked each chestnut out of the fire. In less than a second, her hands were filled with roasted chestnuts, but the skin did not even have the slightest of burns. The werewolf stared in amazement as the elder causally munched on the nuts. The present, that was the chestnuts roasting on an open fire technique, right? John nodded to his offspring. That's right, Matthew. It took Jacob Talbane 5 days to master it, and just so you know, it formed the basis for our own speed techniques, such as the million flicker. So that's where we got it. Yes, and it proved to be very full, especially when the Lord of the Musk came after our ancestor a week later. Double quote back to the 15th century. Jill and Colm watched in awe as Jacob Talbane's swords flashed like lightning. Rouge's great-granddaughter had thought he was inhumanly fast before, but now he was reaching near light speeds. The blades glowed with an eerie blue light as the lycanthrope martial artist demonstrated his regular training regimen in the fang and claw sword style. Rouge walked up to the pair and joined them in watching Talbane train. She smiled as she observed his movements and commented on his fighting style. Most impressive. I don't recognize his style. Apparently his fighting techniques focus on powerful, but quick strikes. His defense is excellent and he possesses more than adequate control over his ki. Cole asked. Yes. Look at those blades closely. She pointed with a wizened index finger. That's not sunlight glinting off them. He's focusing his ki into the blades, which is causing those flashes. It's almost like a million flickers of light. Jacob stopped in his movements, as his sensitive hearing had caught Rouge's comment. He smiled as he took a neutral stance, then sheathed his swords. He walked up to the females and smiled. Million flicker, eh? Not bad for a name. The younger girls blushed slightly as Rouge switched to English. I am impressed that you mastered the chestnut technique so quickly, and that you have now adapted it to your fighting style. I thank you for the lessons, Sensei. It was then that another Amazon came running up toward them. They're here. The musk has come. To be continued. Author's notes. This chapter was started to get long, so I decided to stop here and work on the fight between Jacob and the musk in the next installment. Afterwards, we'll get back to the present with Matthew and John against CNKO. See you then. Chapter 10 Chapter 9 Dragon vs. Wolf. The Beast Within. Disclaimer: Ranma, Darkstalkers, Helsings, and whoever and whatever else is mentioned in this story belong to others, so get off my back already. Thoughts: Chinese language, English language. Chapter 9 Dragon vs. Wolf. Qinghai Province, 15th century. The Chinese Amazon village was on high alert, as scouting parties returned with news that a large Musk Dynasty war party was approaching their gates. This was unlike the usual skirmishes on their borders, and the warriors prepared for the assault. All children and non-combatants were ushered into safe houses, while every able-bodied woman and their male counterparts picked up their weapons and readied for battle. Looking from one of the towers near the village fence, Jacob Talbane, Gel and Rouge surveyed the approaching fighting force. The lycanthrope estimated their number to be at least over 300 warriors. He took special note of the center, which seemed to be protecting some kind of royal procession. Then he saw him. The man was well over 6 feet in height with an impressive build. He was dressed in elaborate, white garments. He wore a long-sleeved tunic, matching white pants, and brown boots. He had a white, silk cape, embroidered with gold trim, attached to stylish epaulets. His long, black hair flowed over his back and was tied at the end with a decorative band. He was mounted on a black stallion, and was bracketed by several of his guards, both on horseback and on foot. However, what really caught the werewolf's attention was the amount of ki and magical energy emanating from this man. Jacob Talbane had no doubt that this was their leader. Lord Firewind, Dragon King of the Musk Dynasty. As his entourage neared the Amazon village, Firewind surveyed the warriors who were manning the gates and the towers. His dragon eyes gave him extraordinary visual acuity and allowed him to see even the smallest of details at great distances. He let out a snort of disdain at the warrior women. The history between the Musk Dynasty and the Joksuzoku had been long and bloody, as each side refused to submit to the other. For the ruler of the Musk, he considered women to be no more than containers to carry the seed of the bloodlines. He allowed his warriors to take as many females as they wished, since they never lived long after giving birth anyway. Only a few women were allowed to live to help raise the young. The females were expected to bow down to them, and these Amazons had the gall to challenge their superiority. And now, they had killed a large number of his subjects and they would pay. It was a matter of honor to put these women in their place. That was the only reason why the king of the Musk would even venture from his lands. He was so certain of his victory, that he boldly led his forces to the front gates. At that point, his dragon eyes locked with a pair of lupine eyes. For the first time in his life, Firewind found himself in a state of surprise, as he felt the raw power emanating from one person, Jacob Talbane. At that moment, he knew who had killed his men. Standing beside his liege, was one of his mightiest warriors, who went by the name of Bloodclaw, which described the hulking brute perfectly. He was a formidable 8 feet tall, and acted like an irate grizzly bear. In fact, he was the elder sibling of the late Bear twins, and he was none too happy to have learned that an outsider had killed his only relatives. Like his brothers, Bloodclaw possessed the raw power and fury of an angered bear. He had heavy, bulky armor plate covering his arms, legs and torso. He had short black hair that was wild and untamed. His face seemed to be fixed in a permanent scowl. His dark eyes reflected the murderous intent in his soul. Of all the Musk warriors, Bloodclaw was by the most savage and merciless. He held the highest record of raping and slaying Amazons. As the war party stopped some 200 meters from the front gates of the Joksuzoku, Bloodclaw let off a growl as he addressed his king. Lord Firewind, why do we not advance? Should we not just eradicate these Amazons and be done with it? The Lord of the Musk gave his subordinate a harsh glare, silencing the brute, before replying. You will attack only on my command and not before. We shall put these women in their place soon enough, but they are still needed by us to continue our bloodlines. However, I will see to it that our Musk brothers are avenged. The outsider that dared to kill our kind will suffer, and he shall be made an example to those wenches not to cross the Musk dynasty. I can see him from here. You see him, my lord? Bloodclaw exclaimed. Indeed. He is very hard to miss. He looks to be someone from the far west and he is standing in that watchtower over there. Firewind pointed toward the tower on his left. I believe he was the one who split your brother Snarl's head, and that was all Bloodclaw wanted to hear as he ran off to the side toward a large group of boulders. Letting off a war cry, he hefted a huge massive rock and using an overhand throw, launched the 10-ton projectile toward the village. Unfortunately for the Amazons, Bloodclaw shared the same weaknesses as a real bear. Though he aimed for the tower Jacob was on, his eyesight was poor, and the trajectory of the boulder headed toward one of the safe houses, which was full of innocent children. Jacob jumped down from tower and ran at full speed toward the safe house. He knew that he only had seconds before the young ones were crushed by the enraged Musk warrior's attack. Knowing that he couldn't catch the boulder in time, he opted to divert its path. Letting off a shrill howl, he shot upwards, surrounded by a corona of light. To the amazed eyes of the villagers, it seemed as if Talbane had become a living comet. It was one of the signature moves of the Talbane Wolf Fist style, the Beast Cannon. The boulder was only a few meters away from crushing the safe house, when it was suddenly struck by the technique and deflected away from the building. The rock landed hard on the ground and broke apart into smaller fragments. In a single heartbeat, a potential disaster had been averted. However, that only triggered an even bigger disaster as the Amazons retaliated. Near the front of the village, the defenders started launching their own attacks as huge catapults began to sling stones and flaming projectiles at the Musk dynasty. This only enraged Firewind's troops as they went charging toward the gates. Though the Musk ruler tried to get his men back under control, it was already too late. Jacob Talbane now found himself in the middle of a war. As the warrior women began to mix it up with the Musk fighters, Matthew's ancestor whipped out both of his broadswords when three of the attackers leapt over the walls. Knowing that he had to defend the safe house, he immediately put himself between the innocent children and those who would harm them. The Musk fighters charged at the lycanthrope on three sides. The first swung an axe at his head, only to barely miss as Jacob leaned slightly backward to avoid the blade. The second lunged at him with a spear, which he twisted to the side to evade. The third swiped at his head with a sword, that Jacob avoided by ducking. Then the werewolf fought back, as his blades let loose with blinding flashes of deadly light. The trio of Musk warriors screamed in horror and pain as their weapons and bodies were cut apart. The sword wielder stood in total shock as both arms fell off, leaving bloody stumps. He was mercifully put out of his misery as Talbane's right leg came up and smacked into his head. The man would be unconscious as he bled to death. His companions were granted even quicker ends as the axe user was instantly decapitated, and the one with the spear received a blade through the throat. Though Jacob preferred to refrain from killing in battle, unless it was the absolute last resort, the Musk were not showing any mercy whatsoever. To prevent them from slaughtering innocent children, Matthew's ancestor knew that he had to put down his opponents permanently. This scuffle did not go unnoticed by the ruler of the Musk as he watched the stranger cut down some of the best warriors of his tribe. Ever since he witnessed the raw power of the Beast Cannon, Lord Firewind began to suspect that the outsider had mystical ties, perhaps linking him to the magic of Juzenkyo. If so, then he might be a valuable asset to his people. Firewind was always on the lookout for new ways to strengthen the bloodlines, and Jacob Talbane provided an opportunity. It was then that he noticed a hulking figure rushing toward Jacob. Bloodclaw roared as he charged toward the wolf fighter. His keen sense of smell had detected the lingering scent of his brother's blood on him, and he was going to make his sibling's killer pay with his life. He readied the clawed gauntlets on his hands as he intended to rip Jacob in half. However, his target for his rage had no intention of getting torn apart. Immediately detecting his approach, Jacob pivoted on one foot and deflected the claws with the flat of his blades. With several quick swipes, He slashed through Blood Claw's pitiful defenses and inflicted a series of bloody gashes on the chest and arms. The clawed gauntlets were reduced to scrap metal fragments. Blood Claw ignored the pain as he lunged forward with surprising speed and managed to ensnare his foe in a crushing bear hug. Pardon the pun. He hefted him up and began to exert a pressure that would have reduced granite boulders to powder. A normal man would have perished immediately. The only problem for the hot-headed musk warrior was that his hated enemy was far from normal. The lycanthrope's superhuman strength allowed him to withstand the bear fighter's attempt to squash him. Immediately dropping his swords, as his arms were pinned to his sides, Jacob reared back with his head, then slammed his forehead against Blood Claw's. The sudden blow was enough for the larger man to loosen his grip briefly. This was sufficient time for the wolf warrior to burst free. Blood Claw was not going to let his chance at revenge slip away as he lunged toward Tallbane again. At this point, Matthew and John's ancestor let him have it. Wham! Whop! Smack! Crunch! Snap! The strongest of Firewind's elite fighters was given a savage demonstration of the Tallbane Wolf fist as his body was pummeled with high-speed punches and kicks. Each blow's impact was equivalent to being hit by a speeding bus, while the movements of the strikes were simply too fast for the human eye to follow completely. Blood Claw's bones were considered to be comparable to steel girders, but even they crumbled before the fury and power of Matthew's family martial arts. The large musk warrior was then sent flying backward as Jacob delivered a mighty blow to the gut, nearly causing Blood Claw's kidneys and intestines to burst out of his back. The broken and bloodied form landed on the ground at the feet of his king. Firewind considered the pitiful, quivering mass before him, then raised a hand upward. His fingers glowed with a soft, crimson light, which let loose with a ball of energy toward the sky. This signal was immediately noticed by all of the Musk members, who quickly disengaged from battling the Amazons, and reformed into ranks before their leader. The joked Suzuka became confused at the sudden stop to the hostilities, but kept their guards up as they formed up a defensive line opposite to that of their enemies. At that point, there were thankfully few casualties, as wounded and dead were hurriedly pulled toward their respective sides. There was a long moment of silence as the two tribes faced off against one another. Not a word was spoken as everyone waited for the carnage and bloodshed to begin anew. It would only take the slightest provocation to start the conflict all over again. However, everyone became surprised again as the lines of musk warriors parted to allow Firewind to approach the front. In his right hand, he causally dragged the broken and bloodied Blood Claw as if he weighed next to nothing. When he got to the front of the line, he nonchalantly tossed the near-dead man out toward the front lines of the Amazons. He then pointed toward one person in particular. Jacob tensed up as he was singled out. He took a quick glance at the crowds of warrior women, who held their weapons at the ready. His eyes found those belonging to Elder Rudy and her great-granddaughter Jo. The expressions on their faces were hard and determined, and they silently let him know that they would back him up when the fighting started up again. He picked up his swords and began to make his way toward the front of the Amazon lines. When the powerful fighters faced each other off in the space between the two forces, everyone held their breath in anticipation. Each locked their gazes upon the other, and nothing was said for a very long time. Then Firewind decided to speak first. "I am Firewind, Lord of the Musk Dynasty." Jacob was slightly surprised that his opponent spoke English, but tabled that thought as he replied, "I am Jacob Tallbane, heir to the Tallbane Wolf-Fist." Wolf-Fist? So that is the name of your fighting style? I must say that it does indeed suit you. You are just as deadly as a wolf. Bloodclaw was no match for you. Speaking of whom, before anyone could even react, Firewind thrust out with his right hand and sent a blazing hot blast of ki energy at his former subordinate. The bear warrior screamed out in horror and anguish as he was instantly incinerated. His scream died away as his body was turned into ashes. With a look of shock on his face, Jacob glared at the Musk ruler. His hands tightened their grip on his sword's hilts. "Why did you kill him? He was your own man." The leader of the Amazon's eternal enemies shrugged as he answered, "He disobeyed me. That offense cannot be forgiven. I expect absolute obedience from my elite guard. Those who disobey are of no use to me." "So that's it. You just kill them if they get out of line." "Indeed. However, for those who follow my commands, they are richly rewarded. And now I am extending that opportunity to you." "What?" "I have seen you in battle and I am most impressed. You are superior to these women and to many of my best fighters. It would be a waste to kill such potential. So I decided to give you a chance. Join my elite guard and I will even pardon you for all of the men you had killed thus far. Refuse my generous offer, and I will not only destroy you, but I will execute every man, woman and child in this village. None will be spared. So what is your answer?" There was a long moment of silence between the two powerful beings. However, the reason behind the pause wasn't because Jacob was considering Firewind's offer. Rather, it was due to reigning in his anger over the Musk ruler's arrogance. Finally he gave the Dragon Lord a snort of contempt and replied, "Do you have any idea how stupid that offer is?" "What?" Firewind said in a clearly insulted tone. No one had ever spoke to him in such a manner, and lived long afterward. "You expect me to turn my back on people who have shown me nothing but courtesy and warm hospitality, and join a group bent on destroying them? As I said before, that's a really stupid offer. I would advise that you choose your words carefully, Jacob Tallbane. You know not who you are dealing with." Firewind warned with a hiss. "Oh, I know exactly whom I am dealing with. I happen to be dealing with an arrogant, self-absorbed bastard, who seems to think that his words are the law of the land. You threaten to kill everyone here, unless I join you. What's to stop you from carrying out that threat after I agreed? I can see it in your eyes. So why don't we just drop all pretenses and settle this matter with honor? Unless, of course, the so-called great and powerful king of the Musk is nothing but an honorless coward as I think he is. You dare to question my courage and honor? Your life will be forfeit for that insult. Fine. Then you will accept my challenge. You wish to personally challenge me. Damn right I do. This is all began when I helped out the Amazons and killed your men. You took it as an offense to your honor and used it as an excuse to attack innocent villagers, including children. You had no right to punish them for something that I had done. Therefore, I demand the right to prove my convictions through trial by combat. Jacob pointed the finger directly at Firewind. Since you were the one who ordered this attack, therefore you are the one that I challenge. Now do you accept my challenge, or will you hide behind your army? Firewind growled as he knew that refusing Jacob's challenge in front of his men would be seen as cowardice. Very well. It is true that you are the main offender and therefore, I shall punish you with my power alone. Your death shall not only serve as a warning to those who cross me, but also to prove that the Musk dynasty is second to none. He then gestured to the Amazons. And we will deal with these people later. I shall give you some time to prepare before I pass final judgment upon you, Jacob Tabayan. You have 3 weeks, until the sun sets at the end of this month. At that time, I shall send you to your ancestors. Where? Jacob asked. Juzenkyo. There was a collective gasp among the villagers as the Musk army turned about and headed back toward their territories. The werewolf fighter stood in deep contemplation as he was approached by Elder Rudy and her great-granddaughter. That was a very noble thing you did for us, Jake. The elderly woman remarked as she watched her people's eternal enemies depart. You made Lord Firewind and the Musk concentrate their vengeance upon you, in order to spare the innocents in our village. It was the only thing I could think of, the lycanthrope admitted. Firewind is powerful, extremely powerful. I could sense it. Yes, and I'm afraid that you had signed your own death warrant when you challenged him. Not to be insulting, since I consider you to be a very strong fighter. However, Firewind and his kind draw their strength from Juzenkyo itself, and the time in which he chose to fight you tips the odds further in his favor. What do you mean? What is Juzenkyo? The Amazon matriarch took a deep breath and replied. Juzenkyo is a cursed training grounds where there are hundreds of springs, each with their own tragedy. Whenever an animal or person drowns in a spring, whoever enters its waters next will take the form of the drowned individual. The Musk have taken advantage of this by forcing animals into the spring of drowned women and mating with them, thereby gaining the powers of those beasts and other creatures. Firewind will undoubtedly use the magic emanating from those springs to increase his own Juzenkyo abilities, and the time he chose will make him even stronger. How does that help him? His time of full moon. Jill answered. Legends say that Juzenkyo's magic is strongest at that time. Really? Jacob said with a smirk. Then this will be a very interesting duel indeed. Both women were left in a state of puzzlement as Jacob walked off to help those who were injured in the battle, as well as tend to those who were beyond any mortal help. Then, after a few minutes, they too went to help their fallen comrades back to present-day China. The Amazon quarry, so great-grandfather to the 20th power, challenged the king of the Musk dynasty. Matthew asked as he continued to listen to his father's retelling of their family history. John Talbane nodded as he continued. Even though Firewind was unaware that setting the time of the duel would also work in Jacob's favor, our ancestor decided to expand and improve on our fighting style and the weapons he used. He was a master of the fang and claw sword techniques, But then he got an idea 600 years ago. 2 days after the battle with the musk. What are you doing? Rouge asked as she came across Jacob practicing behind her house. He was currently dressed only in long, loose, silk pants. He was barefoot and bare-chested. Although she was in her 90s, the Amazon matriarch still appreciated a well-toned and physically fit male body. She suppressed the urge to let off an appreciative whistle at his magnificent physique. Jacob nodded to her as he took a neutral stance. His brow had a thin sheen of sweat glistening in the sunlight. In his right hand was a strange-looking device. Just limbering up and working on some new moves I've been developing. He then held up the things in his hand. I also came across an idea with some possibilities. What is that? The old woman asked as she looked upon it. To her eyes, it was merely a pair of wooden rods, each about 10 inches in length. Both rods were connected by a silken cord between them. Is that some kind of rice flail? That's a pretty small tool for threshing rice. Actually, I got the idea when I saw someone use a similar tool for crushing beans. I'm not quite sure what to call this, but I think it could give me an advantage in making quick strikes and for defense. So far, it seems to move pretty well with a lot of my circular motions. Watch. Jacob immediately went into a kata, swinging the new weapon about in graceful arcs and rapid flicking moves. Rouge immediately saw the advantage the clubs gave in both reach and striking power. However, she also saw that the new weapon was hard to control, and one had to be careful, otherwise. Bonk. The werewolf fighter immediately stopped and rubbed the top of his head where the end of club had hit him by accident. Though it didn't really hurt since his werewolf abilities were already healing the bump, he still gave the elder a sheepish laugh. What can I say? It's still a work in progress. Right curly bracket present day. Whoa! Hold on a minute. Are you saying that Jacob Tallbane was the one who invented the nunchakus? I always thought that the weapon came from Okinawa during the 17th century. John shrugged at his son's surprise. Well, that's one of the theories. However, our records does list the usage of these weapons by our family line since that time period. Jacob's journals also indicate that his great-grandson Michael Tallbane made a visit to Okinawa during the early 17th century. It could be that the Okinawans were influenced by him. 1. So what happened at the duel? In the Amazon village? Champa continued to tell her version of the story to Nabiki. Musk Dynasty King was in for a very big surprise when time of duel came around. I'll bet he was. The Japanese girl remarked as continued to listen. For 3 weeks, Tallbane trained hard for a fight. Finally, one day before the time of duel flashback to the past. Jacob sighed as he sat on the roof of the guest hut and looked up at the evening sky. In addition to the multitudes of stars, the light of the near full moon shone brightly upon him. He could already feel the power of the moon flowing through him, though it wasn't enough to trigger his transformation. The next night, however, He would have the full might of his lycanthrope heritage at his disposal in his duel against the Musk Dynasty ruler. But with the increase in strength, speed and healing abilities, there was also the fact that he would be forced to fight Firewind in his true form. There was just no way around it. And that posed the question of whether the Amazons would accept him, when they find out that he was inhuman. In a way, he was very similar to the warrior women's sworn enemies. He hoped that they would not reject him. During the last month, he had gotten quite fond of the Joksuzoku and their quaint village. Their martial arts techniques were most impressive and training alongside them had greatly expanded on his family's fighting style. What had initially been a wrong turn had actually become a boon. The villagers had become like an extended family and they liked having him around, especially from much of the unmarried, female populace. Although Jacob was a bit uneasy at all the overtures they'd made toward him. Coming from a more conservative society in England, he never knew women to be so enthusiastic. Now, all the lives of the village depended on his victory against the Musk Dynasty's king and his tremendous power. There was the real possibility that his life could end the next night. Firewind, though arrogant, had the power to kill Jacob. In addition to the vast amounts of key energy that he sensed in Firewind, Matthew's ancestor also detected certain magical aspects, which could also affect him. Firewind would not back down, nor listen to any attempt at a peaceful solution. There would only be one way to settle things. This would be a fight to the finish. At that point, a certain someone leapt to the top of the hut. Long sensing her approach and recognizing her scent, Jacob turned to face her. He gave the visitor a nod and invited her to sit with her. Jill nodded as she mentally prepared herself. This would be her only chance. As the two gazed upon the star-studded skies, the ancestor of shampoo and cologne started to converse with the lycanthrope warrior. Jake is nervous about fight tomorrow. Jacob gave the girl a slight nod. Only a fool fears nothing, and I'm not going to lie. Firewind is no pushover. Is good Jake no opponent? Jill said with an encouraging tone. His good warrior who not think he win all time. No be careless in battle. His ancient Amazon wisdom. Good advice. His also ancient Amazon saying, the warrior team blushed slightly. That good warrior who know this also make good husband. Jake stiffened at the not so subtle hint Jill had given. It wasn't the first time she and the other girls had tried to seduce him. Some of their attempts had been more daring than others, which included sneaking into the hot springs while he was bathing. More often than not, the werewolf had to keep his senses on alert as he washed up, lest an ambitious Amazon suddenly appear naked before him. Other incidents such as drugging him, sneaking into his hut while he slept and outright ambushing him were tried, without success, though Jacob took a lot of dips into the icy stream near the village afterwards. He shuddered a bit at Cohn's attempt, which included trying to chain him to the bed, while wearing nothing but that very provocative nightdress. He had made certain not to hurt or outright defeat any of his would-be suitors. Jacob had come across a copy of the Book of Amazon Law in the guest hut. Though his mastery of Mandarin and Cantonese was far from perfect, he had been able to roughly translate certain chapters, especially those concerning outsiders. Though he admitted that many of the Amazons were strikingly beautiful, he wasn't looking for a wife, especially now that the fate of the village rested on the outcome of the duel. Taking a deep breath, he addressed the green-haired girl with a gentle, but firm tone. "Joe, don't take anything I say the wrong way. I think you are very pretty and you'd make any man lucky to have you as his wife. The thing is, I don't think that I'm that man." Joel's expression turned from hopeful to disappointment, then to slight panic, as she tried to convince him otherwise. "Why you say such thing? You strong. You good-looking. You brave. You saved Joel's life. You had good heart. What more Joel want in husband? It's really complicated. Although, you may think that I'm everything you want in a husband, there are a couple of really big things about me that you may not want." The lycanthrope twiddled his fingers a bit as he tried to think of a way to explain. Rouge's great-granddaughter shrugged her shoulders. "Is no problem. No one perfect." "What? You snore in bed?" "Joel no mind. You terrible cook." "Joel can cook." She paused for a moment, then said in an untactful way, "Maybe you is what you call in English. Is you virgin?" Jacob's face turned bright red at that suggestion and shook his head. "No, it's nothing like that." "Then no problem. Joel's great-grandmother want to see great-great-grandchildren soon and she like you too." Joel decided that Jacob would make very good husband. "You no like Joel? You no want Joel as wife?" "No, no, it's not that at all," Jake said quickly as he didn't want to offend her. "Look, I'm really flattered that you think I'd make you a good husband. And if it weren't for certain things, I might have just taken you up on that offer. Besides, I'll probably be moving on after all of this is over. Maybe I'll head back to England for a while. Then Joel will go with you," she insisted. "Joel, please. This is all coming too fast. And right now it's not a good time to talk about things like this. You understand?" Joel was silent for a moment, then nodded. "Is okay. Joel understand. Is very important for Jake to win tomorrow. Can talk about it later." "Yes. Yes, sure." There was another long pause before the girl decided to take the initiative and lean forward. In a moment, the two briefly touched lips in a light kiss, before she stood up and jumped down from the roof. She quickly ran off, leaving the werewolf alone with his thoughts. "Though once you see me as I really am, you might not want to talk to me at all. The next sunset, in Juzenkio, Jacob Talbane walked toward the training grounds of Cursed Springs. He was dressed simply in a pair of loose, black pants, simple kung fu shoes and was bare-chested. He wore his short swords in their usual scabbards and harness on his back. Walking behind him was a small group of Amazons, who would bear witness to the duel. Among them was Jel and her great-grandmother Rouge. She would be the only Amazon elder present. As they approached the hidden valley, which was littered with over 100 pools of water, The werewolf martial artist's senses already detected the high amounts of chaotic and wild mystical energies emanating from it. The landscape also had dozens of bamboo poles of differing lengths sticking out of each of the pools. The outer areas were lit by lines of lanterns, which would ensure that the spectators would be able to see the battle, even at night. He looked toward the horizon as the sun began to dip toward the ground and the skies darkened. It would only be a matter of time before the full moon would appear. It was at that time that he caught sight of his opponent. Firewind stood proudly at the center of the cursed training grounds. Though he stood by himself, he was far from alone. Watching from overhanging ledges and crevasses in the valley were at least 100 Musk Dynasty warriors, each armed to the teeth and dressed in armor. However, they would not do battle this day. Like the Amazons, they would serve as witnesses to the impending conflict that was about to take place. Giving the warrior women a friendly smile of assurance, Jake walked ahead of the group and toward his opponent. There was no turning back. He came to the center of Juzenkyo and faced off against the King of the Musk. A mere 20 feet separated the two and one could feel the tension in air. Finally, Firewind broke the silence. So you came. At least, you are honorable enough to face your inevitable defeat and death. And it is a pity that a warrior such as yourself must perish by my hand. So I shall give you one last chance to consider my offer to join my elite guard. Jacob let off a snort of disdain. I'm not even going to dignify that offer with a response. I came here for one reason only. So let's get started. And when I win, you will leave the Amazons in peace. Or in pieces. Agreed? With those words, he unsheathed his swords and held them out at the ready. Firewind smirked as he made a 5-foot-long staff appear in his right hand. Impatient to meet your doom, aren't you? Very well then. If by some miracle you manage to kill me, then you have my word that we shall leave the Amazons alone. For a time. Perhaps I was foolish to think that you would even consider my generous offer. So you prefer the company of the Joksuzoku, eh? After I am done with you, perhaps I will let you live long enough so you can watch me slaughter every one of them and burn their village to the ground. After today, their accursed existence shall cease, as will yours. In an instant, Firewind attacked, letting loose with a massive blast of ki that resembled a huge gout of flame. Jacob deftly avoided the stream, which would have incinerated any other fighter into a pile of ashes. He could plainly see why his adversary was called the Dragon Ruler of the Musk Dynasty. The lycanthrope immediately went on the attack and let loose with a fury of swipes and slashes with his swords. Each blade flashed with arcs of blue, deadly streaks of light. Million flicker. However, as fast as Jacob was, Firewind was just as agile. Each thrust, swing and slash was countered, as the Musk King matched his opponent's moves with his staff. After an incredible exchange, the two backed off. I am slightly impressed, the Musk ruler said with a bored expression on his face. Chestnuts roasting on an open fire, if I'm not mistaken. A very quaint Amazon technique. Oh, I can see that you've adapted it to your sword fighting style. Even so, it is nothing for me to be concerned about. No blade forged on earth can withstand my staff, which has been tempered by my finest blacksmith's and cling. He stopped in his clothing as he heard a piece of metal striking the rocky ground of the valley. His eyes widened as he noticed that one end of the staff had become 5 inches shorter. Looking down at the ground, he saw a small length of metal and realized that it was the missing piece. He then gazed upon his opponent and considered the swords. I am Gosible. My staff was forged in the depths of mystic fire and yet he still cut through it. Who is this man? Left square bracket double quote. I can't believe it. He actually cut Firewind's staff. Rouge remarked with awe. As an elder, she was familiar with the legends of the Musk dynasty and their secret metalsmithing techniques, which was said to be able to forge weapons that were near indestructible and heavily enchanted. Those belonging to their king were said to be the mightiest of them all. Jake smiled a bit at his opponent's shock. In his hands, the orichalcum blades glinted in the fading light of the setting sun due to the metal's properties. The mystic seals on Firewind's staff had been cancelled out. The staff was no longer strengthened by magic and therefore could be damaged. For the moment, Tallbane had the advantage. Firewind increased the distance between them as he fired off a volley of ki blasts at his foe. Moving with incredible agility, the lycanthrope fighter either dodged or deflected the attacks with his weapons. In a heartbeat, he closed in on the dragon ruler and threw a trio of slashes, followed by a roundhouse kick. The Musk King blocked the swords, but was a hair too slow, receiving a hard impact to the gut by Jake's foot, making a flip backward. While clearing several pools, Firewind sneered at his opponent as he rose above the ground and hovered some 50 feet in the air. I must admit, you are formidable on the ground. But how will a wolf fare against a dragon in the sky? Jake growled slightly as he leapt toward one of the nearest poles. Using it as a means to propel himself higher, he rocketed upward as his right foot glowed with an eerie light. Climb, Razor! Firewind immediately recognized the danger if that attack connected and floated off to one side to avoid it. The energized kick sailed past his face, missing it by millimeters. While the foot was still extended, he grabbed the ankle with his right hand, applying a crushing force that made even Jacob wince in pain. The Musk ruler began swinging him about like an Olympic athlete in the hammer throw event. After several rotations, the lycanthrope was hurled down toward the pools. Knowing that he couldn't risk falling into one of the cursed springs, Jacob managed to angle his body toward one of the overhanging ledges of the valley. Thrusting out with one of his swords, he drove the blade deep into the rock. Using the weapon as a kind of brake, he swung about and rebounded off to the right. He was able to barely clear a large body of water, landing on dry land. However, Firewind was not going to let his foe rest for even a moment as he came down in a diving attack. Jake raised his swords just in time to avoid a thrust from Firewind's staff. However, Unlike the last time, the werewolf's enemy was now fighting more seriously. The Musk Dynasty fighter's weapon glowed with ki as he forced Talbane backward. The pair began exchanging blows with increasing speed. At this point, the sun had disappeared beneath the horizon and the moon started to rise. The training grounds began to glow with a strange light as magical energies increased in waves. Those who had connections to Juz and Kyo immediately felt the influx of power coursing through their bodies. The Musk warriors secretly readied themselves to follow their leader's orders to attack the Amazons once Jacob Talbane was destroyed. With their powers at their peak, they would have the prime opportunity to wipe out the Joked Suzoku once and for all. Jacob found himself being pushed to his limits as his antagonist began to get stronger and faster with each passing moment. What was even worse was that the Musk King had managed to get in several ki and magic-infused strikes, causing substantial injuries. As he saw the glowing tip of Firewind's staff streaking toward him, he instinctively raised his swords to block. However, his opponent anticipated the move, and turned the thrust into a feint. With a precisely aimed swing, he knocked both swords out of Jacob's hands and sent them flying away. He followed through with a series of thrusts and swings. The ancestor of John and Matthew managed to counter most of the attacks with his arms and legs, but a few penetrated his defenses. Then a sickening sound was heard. Splash! He immediately realized that his swords had landed in one of the cursed springs, but he couldn't spare the time nor the risk of retrieving them. It was then that Firewind glowed intensely with a fiery aura. Yes, at last, my power has peaked. Fireblade. Swinging his staff in a wide arc, Firewind made a huge, crescent-shaped wave of energy appear. The attack arced toward the air to the Talbane wolf fist's tail and impacted heavily against him. An intense burning sensation was felt, while a huge, bloody gash appeared on Jake's chest. He was sent flying backward and tumbled to the ground. Then in an instant, the Musk ruler was upon him and began to beat him savagely. The sounds of metal striking flesh, and bones near to breaking echoed throughout the valley. With every hit, the hopes of the Amazons diminished. On the sidelines, Jill had to be physically restrained by her comrades as Jacob was being mercilessly pummeled. Let me go. I have to help him. She would have broken free, but she suddenly stopped in her struggles when a gnarled staff was thrust out before her. She looked toward her great-grandmother, who had a stern look on her face, though her ancient eyes reflected signs of sadness and regret. I'm sorry, Jill. We cannot interfere. We are honor-bound to witness this match. To its conclusion, right square bracket. Jacob was now a bloody and bruised mess on the ground as his foe prepared to deliver the killing strike. With his staff held up high, Firewind smirked. You thought well, though your defeat was inevitable. I now send you to join your ancestors. Farewell, Jacob Talbane. It was at that moment that the full moon reached its zenith. The staff came down in a deadly strike, meant to impale its victim through the chest. However, it would not find its target, as Matthew's ancestor suddenly rolled to the left, then came up with his right fist aimed at Firewind's chin. Tha boom! The impact of the uppercut thundered throughout Juzenkyo as the Musk Dynasty King was lifted off the ground and sent flying more than 50 feet away. He barely managed to roll safely and get back to his feet. It was then that his eyes widened in complete shock as he and all those present witnessed Jacob's transformation. The wolf fist fighter let loose with a bone-chilling howl as his body began to grow in size and muscle mass. The bloody gash on his chest sealed itself up, before his torso became covered in a thin coat of fur. His hands elongated into claws, while his feet burst out of his sandals. His head morphed into that of a wolf's while his teeth became ferocious fangs. All other injuries he had sustained rapidly began healing themselves. A bushy tail sprouted out from the small of his back, completing the metamorphosis. The playing field had just been leveled. Gel and all the other Amazons, as well as the Musk Dynasty warriors, stood with their mouths open and in complete awe. Never in their lives had they ever witnessed such a transformation, and even from a distance, they could feel the raw and awesome power emanating from Jacob. I don't believe it. What has happened to Jake? How can this be? So that explains it. Rouge remarked while deep in thought. Explains what? I'd say that Firewind is now in very big trouble. What? The elder nodded as she explained, though she did not take her eyes off the battle. The Musk Dynasty may draw its power from Juzenkyo, but even that pales in comparison to what Jacob Island. Gel swallowed hard and tried not to show any outward signs of fear, as that was unbecoming of an Amazon. She then asked in a trembling voice, "What do you mean? What is Jake?" "He's a member of the legendary old races." He said, "Werewolf." "Werewolf? You can't be serious." "Werewolves are only legends, fairy tales, bedtime stories for children." Rouge pointed his finger at Jacob. "Does he look like a fairy tale to you?" "I always suspected that Jacob's wounds healed too fast to be normal, and I can now see why. It is said that lycanthropes have amazing healing abilities and cannot be killed by normal means. They are connected to the supernatural power of ancient times. Firewind may have just met his match, or perhaps his better! Right square bracket. Firewind trembled slightly as he beheld his rival in his hybrid form. Never before had he encountered such a being. The Musk may possess animal powers stolen from Juzenkyo, but Jacob's bestial shape emitted a kind of feral presence that put them to shame. Then, in less time than he could tell, the ruler of the Musk Dynasty was introduced to pain on the most intensive levels. In a heartbeat, Jacob flashed forward inside a comet of light, letting off a shrill howl. Firewind tried to block the charge, but the beast cannon split his staff in two and plowed into him like a runaway tank. Then the living comet changed direction, bouncing the Musk warrior upward. Then he changed again, and again, and again. The formerly snobbish king was bounced about like a pinball, receiving massive damage with each blow. He was then slammed hard to the ground as Jacob landed some 15 feet away and in a ready stance. As Firewind unsteadily got back to his feet, Jake reached behind his back and pulled out an object. Swinging it about in graceful arcs, he let off another howl and charged in million flicker. Moving with a speed that made the Amadorican technique seem plodding, he let loose with thousands of quick strikes per second. Jacob's foe was unable to block more than half of the attacks and ended up with an impressive array of welts and bruises. Then he received a hard blow to the chest, sending him backward again. He immediately got back into a ready stance, then gasped in surprise as he saw what his rival had struck him with. The weapon was no more than a pair of black, wooden rods, each only 10 inches in length and attached by the ends with a length of chain. He growled in anger at the seemingly flimsy instrument. "A rice flail! You dare to attack me with a peasant's tool!" Jacob Tallbane smirked, showing an impressive set of fangs. "I think this is more than adequate for the likes of you. Die!" The enraged musculator then let loose with another gout of flames, but this time, his target stood his ground, swinging his makeshift weapon about while charging it with his own ki and mystical power. He caused a stream of fire to scatter harmlessly away from him. Then he stood in a wide-legged stance with his weapon held out in front of him. "Not bad. Let me tell you something. Your dragon powers are impressive, but they don't come close to the real dragons. Because I've fought them before. What? Yeah, you meet a lot of them in the Makai. And I learned a couple of things from them too. You can dish out the heat, but let's see if you can take it. Dragon cannon." With this cry, Jacob let loose with a huge blast of ki and magic, which took the form of 7 fiery wolves, in a stream that resembled a dragon's breath. His enemy tried to counter with his own technique, but as the two attacks collided, the lycanthrope's blast overwhelmed his and the resulting backlash engulfed fire, wind and searing flames. He let off a scream of pain as much of his body was badly burned. Then his opponent charged in to finish him off. Letting loose with yet another howl, Matthew's 20th great-grandfather readied his claws. His rival made another staff appear to block the attack, but it was not enough. Razor slice. In a flash of deadly light, Firewind was disarmed. Literally. There was a long silence as the wind gently blew through the valley. Both men stood motionless, with the musk ruler holding out his staff, while the lycanthrope stood behind him in a crouching position. Then it happened. Firewind fell to his knees as his arms fell from their shoulders in bloody stumps. He slowly turned his head to face his conqueror with hatred in his eyes. Blood continued to gush from his severed limbs. "Damn you! You will pay for this." With rage and hatred driving him forward, Firewind made one final charge at his foe, despite the fact that he was armless. His attack was easily avoided, and that was when Matthew's ancestor got behind him and wrapped the chain of his weapon around the Musk Dynasty king's throat. He started to tighten the links, causing his adversary to choke. "Do you yield?" Jake asked in a deadly, quiet tone. Firewind let off a snort of disdain and spat out, "You have forgotten what I said before. Only if you kill me will the Amazons know peace for a time." There was a long pause, before Jacob nodded. "So be it." Snap! The present time. "So that's how the duel ended?" Matthew asked, as he realized that his 20th great-grandfather had won the fight by snapping Firewind's neck. John nodded. "Keep in mind, son, That Firewind and the Muskwood had not hesitated to kill him and all the Amazons. If our ancestor had not won, the village would not be here if it weren't for his victory. So what happened afterwards? ? The past the Musk warriors remained silent as several of them carried the body of their fallen leader away. Then, after a long pause, the rest of their forces followed the makeshift funeral procession, as they headed back toward their lands. After a few minutes, every single member of the Musk dynasty was gone from sight. At that time, Jacob turned to face the Amazons. He made ready to make a fast exit, should they start to come after him with torches and pitchforks. He was used to such things in England. However, to his surprise, the warrior women began letting loose with thunderous applause and cheers. Almost immediately, a large portion of them came streaming toward him. Jill was at the front of the adoring mob, as she leapt up and tackled him to the ground. Jacob found himself piled on by a dozen women, as they hugged and kissed him with wild abandon. It seemed that the werewolf had just won the admiration of the entire Jokusoku. Later Jacob stood before the group of elders in his hybrid form, as crowds of villagers surrounded the High Council Lodge. The eldest of the matriarchs, an ancient woman by the name of Perm, nodded to the lycanthrope. This village, and all those who reside here, owe you much for what you have done this night. Furthermore, we are privileged to be in presence of one of the old races. No thanks are necessary, the tall Bane fighter said. Although, I fear that the Musk will return soon to seek revenge for the death of their king. Not so, Jacob Tallbane. Perm assured. It is because of his death that we have been given a reprieve from our constant struggle against the Musk dynasty. You do recall Firewind telling you that only through his death would we receive a measure of peace? Yes. There was a meaning behind his declaration. The Musk dynasty strictly follow the tradition of a lengthy funeral and mourning process when their king is killed in battle. It is their law that they do not wage war for 1 year, as a sign of respect for their leader. This has only happened once in their history, and they have always followed this law. I see. Well, that gives us some time for their eventual attacks. What we need is something to keep them away for a lot longer than 12 months. I think I will be staying for a while longer. I'd have to resolve this matter before I move on. Still, we owe a great debt. If there is anything within our power that you wish, we shall do so. Right curly bracket. Several weeks later Jill let off a wistful sigh as she watched from her bedroom window. Jacob was just coming back from a successful hunting and training trip. He was currently in his hybrid form and had a large deer slung over his shoulder. Several of the eligible warrior maidens came up to him and made petitions to challenge him. The werewolf smiled and gently turned them down. With the villagers gradually getting used to his more powerful form, Jacob had been receiving far more attention from the opposite gender. Though his human appearance was considered quite handsome, his lycanthrope side was downright magnificent. Many of the families urged their unwed daughters to capture the heart of the heir to the Tallbane clan, in order to attain prestige and to increase their bloodlines. Such strong mystical blood would be a welcomed addition to the gene pools. And then there were requests for Jacob to bite them. The legend of the lycanthropes were known, and many wanted to become powerful beings like him. Matthew's 20th great-grandfather was especially adamant not to spread secondary lycanthropy. But still the Sweeters persisted. Some of them were especially determined. Jill's rival Konag tried her hardest, either to challenge Jacob in order to marry him, or convince him to give her a bite. At one time, she tried to sneak into his hut and seduce him. However, Jacob had thwarted every one of her attempts. The green-haired Amazon had to find a way to get him, and soon. It would only be a matter of time before either one of the other girls ensnared him, or before Jacob would leave the village, possibly never to return again. The present, and in the end, Jacob did find a way to keep the musk at bay indefinitely. John explained. After looking about the area near Juzenkyo, he discovered the mystic stones, which actually weakened those who derived their power from the cursed training grounds. After setting up the seals that still surround the Amazon lands to this day, he got set to leave the Jokutsuzoku. Back in 1402, add 2 months after the duel, the Amazons watched in awe as Jacob, in his hybrid form, hefted the massive timber above his head. With the full moon shining down on him, his strength was at its fullest potential, allowing him to easily move the multi-ton log into place. As the timber was fastened down, Jacob stepped back to admire his handiwork. The new challenge log platform was complete and would be used for the annual battle tournament, as well as to settle disputes and other ceremonies. He then reached down and picked up his pack as he prepared to leave. At that point, several elders and a large group of young women approached in order to see him off. At the head of the crowd as Rouge, along with Gel behind her. "Good evening, Rouge, and everyone else. It seems that it is time for me to say my farewells." There was a symphony of groans and was among the women, as none of them had been able to convince him to stay. And with the new pact in place, they could no longer catch him with the outsider law. Gel was especially disappointed. "Are you certain that you will not stay?" Rouge asked, though she already knew the answer. "My time here has been quite enjoyable and I learned a lot from your people. However, I do have responsibilities back home and I'm afraid it's time for me to move on. However, as agreed, I will come back to check up on those seals, and the Tallbane clan shall always aid the Jokutsuzoku in their times of need. In return for our assistance, any member of the Tallbane family, myself included, is hereby exempt from the outsider law." "A pity. I would have liked to call you son-in-law." "Well, the council did say that I could have anything for defeating Firewind. However, that doesn't mean that I might not take an Amazon life in the future. Who knows? But for now, I have to get going. Farewell." The crowds cheered and waved to him as he headed toward the gates. Back to the present. "Wow. That was some story," Nebiki remarked as Champa finished her tale of how the Tallbanes met up with the Amazons. "So I guess your ancestor didn't get to marry Jacob Tallbane, huh? His pity. But ancestor Gel later married nice man and had many children. Back at the Amazon quarry. By the way, Dad, I wondering, what happened to Jacob's swords? I mean, didn't he get them back from the cursed training grounds?" John shook his head. According to his journal, Jacob never retrieved his swords, since he didn't know which pool they were in, and he didn't want to risk getting cursed. As far as anyone knows, those blades are still there at Juzenkyo, and it was at that moment that both werewolves sensed the presence of something supernatural. Then, the pair of lycanthropes got into battle stances as a pair of ghosts appeared. To be continued. Wow, This took a long time to write, but it's finally done. As for the battle with Neko and her sister, that's up next, and then we'll be looking back at Japan, where the spirit of Bisamon will rise to wreak new havoc. Plus we'll be seeing our friends at Helsing as they try to deal with the possessed Alexander. See you there. 1. According to some accounts, the nunchakus came about in the 17th century when the Satsuma daimyo invaded Okinawa and imposed a no-weapons law against the peasantry. Some say that the nunchaku was inspired by the rice flail or the horse bridle, with some origins coming from China. Another theory is that the weapon was adapted from a night watchman's signaling device and billy club. This is just my way of altering history to tell a story. You'll see this a lot in future chapters. Chapter 11 Chapter 10 Curse of the Chinese Ghosts. The Beast Within. Disclaimer: Ranma, Darkstalkers and Helsing belong to everyone else but me. Thoughts: Cantonese and Mandarin. Chapter 10 Curse of the Chinese Ghosts. Both members of the Talbane family immediately sprang to their feet while taking out their nunchakus and headed toward the exit of the cave. Matthew leapt to the left while his father took the right flank. The two lycanthropes took ready stances as the ghosts of Neko and Malin appeared before them. The blue-skinned sister of the spectral siblings nodded to the two male fighters. "Oh look, sister. They have sent us to more to amuse us." "Yes, but this time, they are very handsome." Malin agreed as she pointed to John. "Especially this one. Reminds you of the beloved one, do you not think?" "Indeed. However, the beloved one is no longer here, and sadly, we must fight these two now." "Beloved? Who are they talking about?" John thought as he listened to their conversation. Then he tensed up as he noticed that Malin was about to merge with her sister. "Matthew." The former Sodom nodded as he powered up his ki and threw his enchanted nunchakus at the weaker half of the Kuangshi sisters. Malin screamed as the chain clubs, inscribed with magic runes, actually impacted against her and prevented her from transforming into her mystic seal form. Matthew pressed the attack as he charged in with the beast cannon, forcing her to retreat away from her sister. "Malin!" Neko cried out as she tried to aid her. However, as she threw her sleeves forward and let loose with a barrage of chains and sharp blades, John intercepted the attack with his own nunchakus. Minion flickered. With a practiced ease, he deflected each of the projectiles, causing them to fly away and disappear in clouds of smoke. As he took a ready stance for the next attack, he was a bit surprised as Neko stood motionless and in total confusion. "Well?" John asked. Neko remained silent for a long moment before replying. "How do you know of that technique?" "Only the beloved one used it." This got John even more confused. Then he began to piece it together. "Huh? What do you mean?" "It's one of our family moves." "Wait. Hold on a minute. Are you saying this beloved one was The ghostly scream caught both of their attentions as they turned to see Matthew chasing Malin about. Clearly, she was not as powerful as Neko and was faring badly against the younger werewolf. She was just barely deflecting his attacks and she was on the verge of being overwhelmed. "Sister." The blue-skinned ghost girl thrust her sleeves into the ground and sent a sneak attack toward Matthew. "Whoa!" John's son had to break off his assault on Malin as huge, pointed blades appeared out of the ground, almost skewering him. He barely managed to dodge them as he backed off. This gave SMKO's sister the opportunity to disappear into a cloud of smoke. She reappeared as a scrap of paper on CNKO's forehead, completing the union. As a result, Matthew and John's opponent's power increased exponentially. Throwing her sleeves skyward, CNKO sent a mind-boggling amount of blades, chains and other implements into the air. This caused a virtual rain of weapons to come down on top of the Tatalbanes. The werewolves had to swerve and duck for cover as the metal storm would have turned them into pincushions. When the last of the weapons clattered on the ground and disappeared, the lycanthropes decided that it was time to up the ante. With simultaneous howls, father and son shifted to their hybrid forms, while taking opposite sides of the combined ghost. It was at that moment that their opponents suddenly stopped as the two specters got a good look at the transformed John Talbane. At that moment, all thoughts of battle left their minds, as Malin inexplicably changed back into her ghost form and appeared beside her sister. Then the two addressed Matthew's father simultaneously. "Beloved one." John's intelligent response to this development was, "Huh?" What happened next was even more bewildering as the two ghosts immediately tackled the head of the Talbane family and hugged him tightly. Due to their mystical ores, they actually became solid to the touch. "Jacob!" CNKO and Malin cried out in unison. John could only stand in silence as he gave his son an expression of total non-comprehension. Matthew shrugged in response as the two girls continued to lovingly embrace his father. First there was that succubus, then mom, now a couple of Guangxi. Sheesh. Dad certainly knows how to charm all kinds of women! A few minutes later, "You are not the beloved one?" Malin asked as she and her sibling were finally pried away from Matthew's father. John shook his head as he explained. "If you mean that this beloved one was Jacob Talbane, then no, I am not him. I am John Talbane." He gestured to his offspring. "And this is my son, Matthew. Jacob Talbane was our distant ancestor." "But you look like him," CNKO insisted. Matthew's sire nodded. "Yes, the family resemblance to our ancestor is strong and I have been told by others that I do resemble him. However, I'm afraid that the beloved one that you knew 600 years ago is long gone. We came here due to the pact, when you started to haunt this quarry. Yes, we know of the pact," the younger of the Guangxi siblings said. "We were there when the beloved one set up the pact with the elders." "Ancestor Jacob, beloved one? Why?" Matthew inquired. His Cantonese was still imperfect, but was understandable. Both ghost girls blushed a bit as the aqua-skinned one replied. "It wasn't a secret that many girls wanted to marry him, so we called him the beloved one." "All right," the older werewolf said as he posed the ghosts another question. "But that still doesn't explain why you two are haunting this quarry, and preventing your sister Amazons from mining those mystic stones. You are aware that they are the key to keeping the Musk dynasty away from the village, right? Both of the spiritual Amazons nodded as Malin explained. We know that, but we had no choice. We are under a curse, and it's because of that pact that we are in this situation. Please tell me the whole story. Double quote right square bracket. Back in the village, here is old story of tribe. Shanta said as she showed Nebiki some old scrolls and books in her hut. She proudly showed off a section of the text which had rough images of Jacob Taldane. The middle Tenda daughter nodded as she looked over the ancient texts.